Detective arriving on the scene. Welcome in, builders, for what should be the exciting climax of Disco Elysium. I'm at least hopeful that we will get through it today. My plan is to push as hard as we can and try to get it done. I don't see that we have too many paths to take, so I think we are definitely on that route. Dismiss that. Cyanide says, you can do it? I hope so. I hope so. We need to talk to everyone here. I feel like we probably have a couple scenes or whatever, finishing up her project, etc. I don't think we have anything. I mean, most of these are all going to come from doing this. That was kind of our biggest holdup. We basically know, I assume Ruby's in there. We found footprints, so we should be good there. We don't have the murder weapon still. That makes me a little nervous now that I see that way back on Monday. But it is what it is. Let me throw on. Let's see if you're going to work today. This for YouTube. Any color goal for 3 hours. And the tie goes on. That'll be our goal. You going to actually work today? You're going to work today. Okay, cool. You just weren't feeling it last night for TNT. All right, I see how it is. So, under no illusions that we're going to be big enough today to get 5 super chats, but you never know. I got my tie at hand if need be. Looking forward to putting this shirt back in the closet. I think I've worn it more for this than I have the entire time I've owned it. We are at about 40 hours, give or take, according to my /playtime on Steam. Although, a couple minutes of having it up before stream or whatnot, but it can't be that much. Okay. Got some coffee to start us off. I also have a tea at hand. All right. Prepare to disco. So in here, we've got 5 people. Is my other dude hiding somewhere, or is he? He's out. Okay. I think we had started in on him last time. Or no, we ended talking to her, and we needed to talk to him to plug something in. I just check.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
No words, just dance. And you have savoir. Okay, so we have failed there.
Goodbye, officer.
We have 1 skill point, but we could get another one probably within conversations. I wouldn't mind throwing one into there. We're obviously geared for it at the moment. Let's just see if we get a reroll by talking to other people before we spend our point.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, But like, underwater inside a tree.
Fair enough, I suppose.
But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead.
What for?
For getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
Let me know if that volume is a little overpowering. They are quite into their hardcore music here. How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Lloyd is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does. Behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much. And the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Now, can you show me about your associates?
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favour. What do you want to know?
Tell me about Suna.
Oh, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today, she told me about Welkins. And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
What about Tygo?
Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters.
I wonder why she picked crab and not spider.
I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
Oh, he talks to Noid? What for?
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
What's he do up there?
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower?
Thanks. About the others?
Who do you want to know about?
What about Andre?
Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least.
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have taken a hit, or she's on an upswing.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What has he organized?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent.
I mean, sometimes you need to remote search for fire. That's fine.
I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
On life?
Yes. Anyway.
Could it be that he's balding and he's thinking this is his last chance?
Come to think of it, yes.
This is the first time you've heard her laugh.
He's in some kind of a self-destruction mode with that hair of his. Bleaching it like that. Probably wants to get rid of it altogether.
Is Andre your boyfriend?
Yes.
Well, there you go. Now you guys know. Stop asking. Tell me about the others.
Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Noid.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What does he do?
What do you mean, do? Like, for a living?
Yes.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that. In a shop somewhere.
What kind of mindset is that?
He abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
Oh no. And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her, and she lets on.
What is the pilgrimage you're talking about?
It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Okay, paragraph there. Let's just say I haven't been down Boogie Street.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
I might just do that if I make it out of here alive.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the
What do you
others.
know about?
What about Egghead?
What do you mean?
What does he think he's doing when he yells all that stuff?
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
Party boy?
And Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
Rock music's the coolest. Rock music forever. No offense taken. You don't have to tell me rock music is backward. I'm the future man. I abandoned rock in the 30s. Stupid rock. Yeah, stupid rock.
Okay. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals,
Yeah, I was expecting
you still
something
need
funnier
someone
from
to
that.
say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
Kim is really into this conversation. Where's he from? How long has he been with you?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
The worst of the banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachol. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines... There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two. You wish you'd been there.
Tell me about the
Who do you wanna
others.
know about?
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Yeah, I forgot. Tell me about
I
yourself.
told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of something.
What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
There's more to you than you let on. What am I not seeing?
All right,
She picks up the tape recorder and looks you in the eye.
there is.
I'm a police officer. You have to answer me.
Is there a law that would stop me from lying, though?
That would depend on the circumstances.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
All right. Catch the silver bird. Yeah, so I'd love to do this one, but we just don't have the re-rolls for it, unfortunately. We will make a run at reaction speed. Dress code avian investigator. It's a white check you can try. Let's see if we have any other reaction speed gear before I do that. The great dress up. Yeah, we're not running any of it. I'm sure we have at least like one. Although maybe it's a penalty. There's a penalty. Interfacing drama. Oh my goodness. We have quite the we have like a whole suitcase that we just drag with us. Wait, hang on a second. I think I have something for the occasion. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. We look ridiculous. Alright. Give it to me.
Welcome back.
Boom.
O pasado de agente. It flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Someone says, that's the first time I've seen that modifier on that check. Must be the necklace. Interesting. Oh, right, because it's a seven-eyed bird head or whatever. I was thinking I was wearing my aviators. That makes sense. O pasare de ogint.
Excuse me?
She casually brushes her hand through her hair.
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
I remember now. It's a Zimlaki term for someone who won't break under questioning. An organized crime term.
What do you mean?
The silver bird.
All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died.
I can imagine what followed.
You and I both, although I don't have to imagine. The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone.
She's gritting her teeth.
So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind.
Are you sure about that? What about this drug lab plan?
It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the debardeurs, else they might get unhappy.
So what you're saying is Evart authorized this?
Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. unpleasant.
Hear that? Set justice on its feet. Confront Everard.
Ooh. Yeah, I would sure like to get a little something on that
Come
little
on,
slug.
this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
We should confront Ever about this. Maybe we can manipulate him using the information. Add it to the
I don't
list.
think it would lead anywhere with Evra.
Yeah.
Have you seen Everard?
Trust me, I have. All right, thank you. All right, 2 down.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
It looks around the hall, examining the carpentry.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
I'm known as always supporting the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground.
See?
How come?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. Estelle using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
Let's see. We could say the kids got spunk. I admire that. Better in here than in the tent. It wasn't safe. I'm generally into hardcore lifestyle. You wouldn't understand. I'm a corrupt cop, Kim. I did it for mankind. Better here than in the tent. It wasn't safe.
Okay.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
Lloyd, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
How old do you think this church is? Over 300 years?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it. On the coast here was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
You say that as a carpenter yourself?
I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveller. Made me a bit manic, you know. I regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days.
Understood.
Material knowledge is mega though. Guild shit. Teaches independence.
What style's the church built in?
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then. This is folk DeLoreanism. Lawmongerer. It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
Okay, what is DeLorean architecture like?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
Well, what would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
The church isn't painted white as far as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Marrowfish, interrupting my watching Babel video to watch Babel video. It's Babelception.
Slowly, peeled by the wind, your skin crawls from the sensation as you look around.
What do you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, Cop Man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
First, where's that quote from?
A Sarais man who lived a long time ago, an ancient hardcore brother.
What you're saying is you're not a big fan of the inocentric
A
system.
3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
But you guys even said the ecclesiastics were all about love and hardcore before, remember?
I only said unity. One word. Figures of authority always misquote you. Andre doesn't care about the ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are.
And you propose dance music will supplant this system?
Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
How do you like the glasswork?
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye.
Mind your words. Getting negative vibrations from her too. You wanted to get inside the church and now you don't like the stained glass window?
I didn't know it was in here. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love. Mass murder on the floor.
Isn't she supposed to be an embodiment of the world spirit?
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit.
He raises his left hand.
This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
But she's the innocence of humanicism. Humanicism seems to be a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
That's actually a really interesting line of dialogue there. But she's so pretty!
She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and iconographers. You set the standard, alright, then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers.
You're right, I like it hardcore.
In the true life of tomorrow, every woman will be an innocence. They will wear neon headbands and leggings, and they will glow in the dark.
I think that might have more to do with that reactor that melted than anything hardcore. Yeah, but who isn't accused of being a mass murderer these days?
No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. The anodic pioneer Rietveld is not a mass murderer. He is not accused of mass murder. Likewise, no one says Jermaine Egghead or Andre are mass murderers. You can live entirely outside that suspicion. Billions of people go about not being guilty of mass murder. Just not her.
I do feel there's something terrifying about her.
There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
Keep it. Keep the beautiful sharp shards. Keep her long face and her hair.
Speed Freak's eyes narrow with
It's not coming down. People are gonna love it. It'll be like our thing. Plus, it keeps the cold and the rain out.
Would you say that she was ever, human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
So she was a player. She played us all. It's just a game to her. I mean, we don't have full evidence of that, although I could see how we could thread that line of thought. Yeah, they hate this too. Point to yourself. Yeah.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
Yeah, I think I'm done talking about her.
what a strange choice of words. Caustic, overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about it.
Oh, jeez. That must be a touchy subject that we're taking morale damage for that. Let's talk about the glasswork again. I've been thinking about her.
Mass murderer. What,
Nothing else to say. How are you settling in?
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced.
Hey, slaves. Good pre-evening.
I did get to talk to the crab man, though.
You mean Tycho?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean the mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all. The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him.
I guess that's true. He's a sculptor, isn't he? So these two would probably get along.
Good thing you didn't squash him.
Now that our signs are seeing, I want to talk more about the place. What did Tycho tell you about the church?
Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
You mean there's dead bodies here?
Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
What's it for?
Encasement, confinement of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs.
Interesting. So I wonder if these little holes in the world, if there were 7 of them originally, and they built a church over each one, and then the others were destroyed, so those are free?
Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
I don't get it. Contain what exactly?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either, what it does. But it's what this sonar person is looking for and trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
The wood creaks as a gale blows by. Outside, dust particles fall through the darkness, settling down on the age-bleached floorboards. The structure does not feel particularly durable.
This building seems less than structurally sound.
No, it's pretty fucking unsound if you ask me. They should have built a club for anodic music around it instead. Anodic music will definitely contain whatever we're dealing with.
His words echo in the chamber.
And if it can't, well...
What makes you think Suna's gonna fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
I found the Doom commercial area in Martinez proper. Maybe it's the same thing with the Ubies trying to contain?
Like a concentric ring spreading out. the struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
You think there's any merit to the theory?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, cop man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited psi person.
Only a level 2 psi. Well, if it's without subs, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
You can figure things out, cop man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
Now that our signs are synced, can you tell me about the contact with the coalition?
You sure that's a good idea? Those are some serious frequencies you want to mess with.
Come on, Noid. I think we owe him.
Asel's right. He's one of us now.
Guess it would be pretty soft core for me to say no, wouldn't it? Yeah, alright. But if you're going to sync up with them, you're going to need a serious wave generator of your own. You understand what I'm saying?
What about the radio relay tower it lands in? Is that serious enough?
Not likely. Scoped that spot a while back. It's short-wave stuff, mostly commercial. Plus, it's all rusted out.
Build it ourselves. We built this nightclub. We can build anything.
Wait, could we build a radio transmitter ourselves?
Yeah, maybe. Tech-wise, radio's not the spookiest thing around. Our part's finding an antenna big enough to align with those mega low frequencies.
An antenna hardcore enough to shake the whole world.
Thank you, Egghead.
Maybe not that big, but pretty big.
If we can use the statue. Conceptualization. Sure.
This is easy. Antennas are basically just tall things, right?
Can we use the steeple of the church?
The young man looks straight up, following the line of your finger. A frown comes over his face.
Not likely to work. This old church is made from pine wood. They don't make too many pine wood antennas.
He's being uncharacteristically polite. He means they don't make any pine wood antennas because it's such an obviously bad idea.
Good point now that you mention it.
He shrugs, as though the point were rather obvious.
Why are you so suspicious about everything?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing.
Wow, I just picked up that his name is short for paranoid.
It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced.
Why are you called Noid anyways?
It's short for paranoid.
Thank you, game. Thank you. May I ask why? What's good about being suspicious?
A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
And what are the most suspicious things?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of. But if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
Don't you mean the left-right paradigm and the pig-wheat complex?
No. Politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad.
What's so suspicious about production of pork and wheat?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
What's bad about cereal grain? Having enough food could be a precursor for greater things.
Yes, having food is means to an end. But the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
Tell me about the left-right business.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray, far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
Well, that's certainly stimulating. I want to ask about something
His
else.
eyes flicker.
What's with the clothes?
They're hardcore.
You look at a woman with the earring. That's it?
They're just clothes.
Are they? They look outlandish.
It's just a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it.
You mentioned true life. What would that be like?
Life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself. And others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A German will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
How would we go about returning to this true life?
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Some sort of fascism then?
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
Fair enough, just making an observation.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
You keep mentioning hardcore. What does it even mean to you?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a potent superlative as well.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
Oh, thank you, Encyclopedia. Very useful.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Hardcore!
His friend shouts from behind the mix table with a smile surpassing your own in wildness. A total moon face, eyes full of naive wonderment. The term hardcore also denotes a strain of pornography that depicts penetration. Did you know that?
That's a pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
So you're advocating for a noise-based society?
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion. Oh yeah, sure thing.
Conceptualization. Harden up your ledger, caught the key. Pericarnassianism is love. Conceptualization. I think we can... Okay, hold on a second, Noid. Hold those thoughts, I need to change. Our favorite activity. We need some conceptualization. There's a +1. Remind me to... Oop, there's another +1. Remind me to put that armor back on when we leave. Don't we have some glasses that have conceptualization? Logic, drama. I still think we should get Kim to wear one of those jackets. Oh, is that really it? Am I already wearing them? No, that's not fair. Did I really not have a pair of glasses that did that? I guess not. Okay.
Yo, man, what's
Let's
on
do
your
it.
mind?
Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to understand this list of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry. Make it.
Long live the world that gives shape to hardcore to complete itself. A true heir to DeLorean values, 3.5 centuries, and the gift keeps on giving. I've got the money, I got the place, you got the figure, you got the face. Let's get together. We're jumping all over the world. I want to have fun with you. You know, it feels unfair. There's a party everywhere. You don't seem to have anything to add. Ouch. I kind of like his little rhyme here. I got the money. Boring comp, boring ideas. Apparently I can recheck that.
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. You're standing on the plaza before the whirling.
I have a feeling it's going to be traffic circle.
You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you. A towering beast, frozen in mid-air.
The statue of Felipe III.
Centaur Man is made of metal. With the right gear, we could make it work.
Yeah! Connect the centaur to the lorries! Unite the whole roundabout in hardcore wave!
Huh? Sounds like Egg saying you could use some of the spare cables to rig up the stalled motor lorries and increase the wavelength, which would pretty much make the old roundabout one giant antenna.
One roundabout! One wavelength! Hardcore!
That's a very big antenna.
Probably the biggest antenna in all of Revachol West.
We have the amps! We have the cables! We're almost ready! Yeah!
He's right. All we're missing now is the transceiver itself. Soon as you find one, we'll be all set.
Where am I supposed to find a radio
I
transceiver?
don't know. Buy one? Steal one? I don't know your cop ways.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from my kinema.
Do radio computers have transceivers in them?
Yeah, probably. Thing is, you'd have to be an engineer to get it out. I'd stick with regular radios if I were you.
I think I saw a radio in the office near the harbor.
Some equipment from Harbour could work. Worth the legwork at least.
Alright, I guess I'll need to find a transceiver
While
then.
you're gone, me and Egg will get the rest of the gear together.
Alright, take care, Noid. Oof. Okay, did you have anything else?
Yes, what is it?
Okay, not yet. Alright, we need him to plug in a cable for her.
We're close.
The young man standing behind the mixer deck, pumping his fists in the air. Lung-shaped trees grow on his silver belt buckle.
True, hard, full, car!
They said we're close. Okay, say nothing.
Car.
Still saying nothing.
Car is a mega. Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
Say
He
nothing.
furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah.
So
Is
hardcore.
it though?
I was thinking that a moment ago. Oh, we still have not got that.
We're close.
Oh my goodness.
Hardcore.
Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H. In his
Pretty sure
or
we've had
maybe
that.
It's not Gotvolian.
Oh,
Maybe it's Oranese.
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark! Yeah!
He missed one A.
you missed an A there. I yelled mine with 6 A's, so you have to yell it with 6 too.
I'm the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the mic enforcer, the sixth checker. I am the law. We're close. True.
Oh my goodness.
Hardcore.
Yeah!
This young man or maybe it.
You know about?
You know Van Eyck?
Your friend Acel mentioned it.
Good. The Advent?
We're close.
True.
Okay, so nothing. All right.
We're close.
Oh my goodness, this is the worst dialogue tree I think we've had.
Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. It's the message.
Hey, bruh. Good luck. Well, thank you. The plan is to push today as hard as we can until we finish.
True.
This guy is definitely not helping that goal.
Yeah!
This young man or maybe
You know about?
You know Van Eyck? Oh,
The Advent?
Hmm.
We're close.
True.
Hardcore. Internally coherent.
All car! All right!
Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
I think I'm also a party boy.
You want to track? Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack. We're close.
True. Hard, full, hardcore. Yeah!
this
That's
young
not
or
what we
maybe
wanted. I don't know if I can get through here.
wow.
the skinny wraith.
Solo.
Oh,
I feel like we do have the quest, right? Hang on. Let's backtrack a smidgen here. Talk to Egghead about the aux cable. So I gotta get through here. Solve the Egghead puzzle. There has to be a way to talk to this person you haven't found it yet. It's definitely not about signs. What if you just try again and find your way out of this maze of things to say? Alright, so let's be a little more systematic. Number 2. You're just gonna keep saying hardcore. Okay, number 2. Number 2.
Your cop training did not.
Okay, 2 is dead. 1, 2,
This young man, or maybe it,
2.
he missed 1A.
It's nice to be important.
Okay.
Close. True.
1, 2,
This young man, or maybe
1.
You know Van Eyck?
We've been through all 3 of those.
Solemn. Egghead. The ad.
Okay.
True.
1, 1,
The mega.
2.
The night. True.
1, 1, 1, 2.
Morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yeko, an intricate.
Okay, those are all dead.
True.
1, 1, 1,
Coherent.
1,
All right. Yeah.
Gotta
2.
get the people going.
C.
We're close. True.
1, 1, 1, 1.
All right.
Nothing.
His
So
brow.
1, 1. That's 5 1s, I think.
Hardcore. Ah.
But no, but seriously, I'm a little worried there isn't.
What is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
Okay, I think that was 2, 3, 4, 5.
His brow.
Hardcore. Ah.
I'm a little worried it
Question
isn't.
is, what is the question?
That would have been a good question if I'd asked you a question, but I didn't. Now that's just idiotic.
But there was a question.
True.
Nothing, 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 nothing.
The question is,
Shoot.
what? But
That
there
was a mistake. No.
We're close. True.
1, 1, 1, 1,
He
1,
froze his brow.
1,
though.
1.
What is it? I mean, really.
He tilts his head to the other side like an owl. The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. The second boss of the game is Egghead, apparently, after Everhart.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
Egg, could you please route Suna's signal through your speakers?
To the mega. Yeah. I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
3.5, no doubt about it. It's on the ground. Yeah, that's true. Measurehead. Measurehead's what caused us to get into the soft lock.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people.
With the grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line and you hear a satisfying click.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Oh goodness. Egg, the music?
Everybody, don't panic. I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a special scheduled event. The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
Okay, how do you like the church?
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party play! The first page of the second chapter!
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or 2 left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
He turns all pensive all of a sudden.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
Oh no, it's only ultra?
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
That made me think of the song Hypa Hypa. If you know, you know. I am the law and an expert in these matters. Let me be the judge of what it is. Hyper, super, or ultra.
The young man looks at you reverently as his friend drops his loitering act and turns toward you two. He, too, waits for your judgment. If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
It's proto, not hardcore at all.
Wow! Culture cut!
For a moment, you almost think he's going to put his hand down, but that would be ludicrous.
I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
I can't help you right now. I need something similar. Sounds especially like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question?
No! This is the answer!
Try to think of something that could make it hardcore.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
My imagination fails
I
me.
know! So does mine!
Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police.
Uh-huh.
No, it's likely to hinder us. I can't help you right now. I need something else. Oh, here we go. Physical instrument. Hold that thought, Egghead. Please don't make me go back through your chat tree. All right, it's time to get jacked up, boys. We got to get physical instrument. I know we have at least something. Electro. Is it my pants? At least they're color coded, so I don't have to fully look at everything. I know it's not that. Physical instrument. All right. Thank you, Kuno, for your high quality goods. And actually, I think isn't our armor better? Oh, that's pain threshold. Logic. Okay.
Vibrations, he stands on stage behind a table. The other real deck is empty. Cables run hither and
The aesthetic of anonic music, an expert on anonic music. Do it.
With the number, you know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Egghead, turn up the bass.
What?
Like he's about to turn down the volume, but that would be ridiculous. And the melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick. So you can't get it out of your head anymore.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
Nowhere. I'm not going to become sort of anodic cop 2. I've got enough cop times. I don't know. I was thinking you would know.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed. He can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Okay, I'll look into it. I'll make it... It's an official capacity up to the police to make the beats go harder. Or I'll see if I can come up with something of my own. A citizen's investigation.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it. So, yeah, maybe that street talker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea. Anyway, that's all yours to...
Copman!
I have a tape with me.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah!
I'm not sure we should give him that tape, but sure. I've got this banger mega mix. Give him the Great Door Gunner mega mix.
Alright!
He snatches the tape from your hand and attaches it to an empty reel. One hand on the headphones, he listens to the audio, then shakes his head.
No! This is gonna make people scared! Keep it positive!
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Are you a thought reader?
But transnation! No war! But class war!
So you're not a reader, you're a communist?
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
It's good that you're not a communist anyways. You should be an ultra-liberal.
I can be an ultra. If you want that, do you want me to be an ultra?
Please don't turn him into an ultra-liberal.
Oh, jeez. Please don't do that. There's enough exploitation in the world.
Don't be an ultra-liberal. That path is too hardcore.
Hey!
Best not be a communist. Having extreme views on issues is detrimental to understanding all
Oh,
sides.
sure. I can do that. If you want that, I can avoid taking a stand.
Please don't turn him into a moralist.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Be a moralist. The balance needs your help.
Hey!
He's a moralist now. We got through to him, guys.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
You're right. I wasn't thinking that.
Hardcore superstar!
Tell me something
It's
else.
time to compromise!
Obviously, once you get too hasty with the decision
I'm
making.
swiftly moving.
You feel Jermaine Egghead's smile is too enthusiastic.
Is your real name Jermaine?
Hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes, it is.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle? That's a religious symbol.
Lungs are for love!
L'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline.
Love! In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on and on. Cause I've never loved someone like you before.
A dopamine surge accompanies the words. It feels like electricity flowing down your scalp, dissipating into your neck. Feels good. Like a spark of life in that moribund sponge you call your body.
Alright, thank you, Egghead. Alright, Suna. Let's actually make a save here.
Yes, what is it?
Alright, I talked to Egghead, he plugged in the cable. Now you can unmute your speakers.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
I think what Egghead is trying to say is that the volume button is stuck on maximum.
Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically.
Poor Kim.
Not so stoically. His hand moves to the gun holster. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
Okay, ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers. not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
There's an alarm in the man's voice. He steps back and scans the surroundings. A slight rattle like crystal chattering in cupboards fills the air, joining the chorus.
Getting louder.
Then it says Noid, his eyes riveted on a strange circle of water
In
basins.
the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana, mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
What's that weird rattling sound?
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
Vacant heart appears to be vibrating from the sound. Looks almost as if she's alive.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously.
Okay, you probably should move away from
his
that window,
eyes
Kim.
searching
The window is going to come down. No, the roof.
She looks up, the screeching air, scream of wooden nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above you.
cracks appear on the stained glass window.
Come down to us! Love!
A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh, I want to dance with somebody. Start tapping her foot. Yeah, we should stop it soon. Unmute it. Everyone don't panic. It's beautiful. Yeah, we should probably stop that.
It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off.
She yells, holding a contact mic in her hand.
Andre, pull the compressor! The place is gonna come down!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk!
And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now.
Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
Kim, what did you hear?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was that? I've never heard anything like that.
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically,
She shakes her head.
I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
You're gonna write Sulisla?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
What happens now? Are you going to...
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Sulispov. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive. You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you, you know. The person you were knows.
Okay, I'm not allowed to open. I wanted to change a piece of clothing here. I think we just have to make the check, though. I don't think we're going to be able to get back to this. Oh, it says you can retry it. I'll let you work in peace. Alright, so we need logic clothing. Hold that thought. Oh my goodness. The dress up. The true end game. +1 logic. You're not going to have any. It's 2 logic. Drama. 1 logic. I don't think we're gonna have any more being thorough. We did actually have one. It looked ridiculous. All right.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
Wait, how?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere. In a long forgotten discussion, behind the kitchen table, in the evening light.
Yeah, this was my guess last time around, is that this was like a pinhole of pale, so...
Drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
Suna, is it the origin point of the pale?
What?
The swallow, it's how it starts. It's pale, baby. It's baby pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
No, we are 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
And that makes total sense because the pale gives you information, and it could be from the past or the future. And she's recording mathematical waves, essentially.
You have her full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
The pale is only an effect, the transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
It's less than nothing. The final rest state for reality. Imagine if all of this never was.
Then the pale is...
Simply a gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the pale is not.
One day when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those places.
According to this, how long?
Until it starts swallowing, it's already started. Starting with sound.
And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
Okay, so it didn't form in a church. The church formed around it. I do think that's true. I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know. I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
It didn't form in a church. The church formed around it.
Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
Yes, acting on an instinctual level or religious practices we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
All the failed businesses in the doomed commercial area, all the failure in
I
Martinez.
think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here. Even say software development.
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
Yes, even the revolution was defeated here. I mean, it kind of entropic
I
history.
told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
I should let people still working in there know about this. They might be affected. No, it's better they don't know.
I told them. But no. Normal office buildings are bourgeois.
Yeah, I don't think it would help people. They already have this existential terror issue. One day all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window. Cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah, that's still insane, but then again, so am I.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have anthroponetic detection to perform in this district.
I do have one mystery that still needs solving. The radio ghost in the Doom commercial area's electronic doorbell.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pail right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
Introtropic crosstalk?
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through pail, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything.
That makes sense. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Anytime.
Alright, we'll leave you to it. Okay, so the only thing I really care about in here is the dance check we failed.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
So we need... Wait, we're good to go? Hang on, let me change. That's it for now. Okay, so we're looking for our cool clothes. And barring cool clothes, I want to put my armor back on. -1 solve. I wish we could have had the cleaning lady clean our disco clothes and make them really disco. A little sad that we couldn't do that. Self-affair. +1. -1. I think those shoes are very cool. I don't know why that has a -1. That seems weird to me. Okay, we're good there. I want to put on my detective hat. I do quite like the RCM patrol cloak. We're getting one savoir-faire from our pants. We don't have a better neck for this. Gloves, it's a half-life, that's fine. And perception, that's fine. Alright. Don't fail me now.
Man, it's good to see you.
8. We need to get an 18, so we need to roll a 10. That's pretty rough. But we're pretty disco. Let's do it.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
I know,
Puts a
man.
grin on your face just to think about it. Salvation.
Alright. Hang on. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Get cooler. Alright. Now.
Man, it's good to see you.
72% chance. Go.
You close your eyes and
there it
forget
is.
your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
That text reads spine, and he said mind. And welcome back, Ancient Reptilian Brain. I may need you for one last hurrah here. You did pretty good on stage the other night.
Here it will begin.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
I hate waking life. I hate this world. I hate and fear everything. All I want to do is dance. Please, God, just let me dance.
God? Where is your God?
Where did the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
No, really, why can't I hear anything?
This is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself.
We do seem to have a problem with that based on our pants. Concentrate on hearing.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
What was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Hey,
Every
hello.
vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn.
I don't think that's how spines work. Maybe I'm wrong.
To rule the world.
Who are you?
I am the spinal cord.
Man, it feels like we need to get a spinal tap around here. What do you want?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Wow. How lame would you have to be to click number 5? I mean, really. It's time to bust a move.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn.
It turns out, chat, that we just needed the disco to heal us.
As you open your eyes, you should scream, hyper, hyper. It seems appropriate.
Okay, kind of similar. I literally just made a reference to the song Hypa Hypa. That is hilarious. Open your eyes and dance like you never danced before. No. We have to trust in our conceptualization. Hyper.
You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear.
That's hitting just right, chat. You guys are so lucky. I've got a green screen right behind me here, so you will not be subjected to my dancing. But just know, in my heart, we're dancing.
Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
The Speed Freaks would-be leader stands slack-jawed in disbelief at the hardcoreness on display. He whispers to himself, "No way." This is really happening? Hard cop or yes way? Yes way.
His reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. The young man observes your moves for a second.
He feels it, chat. He feels it.
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Kim, get in here.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
This is clearly a Code 31 emergency.
Code 31, Code 31.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The lights reflect off his glasses. He's obviously having trouble adjusting to this new reality.
A Code 31 emergency? Really?
Yes, officer in need of assistance on the dance floor.
The lieutenant crosses his arms with a bemused look.
What's happening?
I'm not doing anything. The music made up its mind a long time ago. I'm just implementing.
Good for you. Rock on, then.
Hey, I called you to dance.
What?
Oh no, we only have an 83. That's it. Don't let a lieutenant leave without getting his hardcore on. Please don't fail this. Please don't fail this.
What's harder core than a little bit of?
Dang it. Dance, motherfucker.
Excuse me, what?
No. Stop immediately. Stop dancing and apologize.
Sorry, I just lost control of myself for a moment.
Dance? Monkey fucker?
Then a breath of cold sea air fills the church as the lieutenant opens the door and steps out.
Estelle, what are you doing?
The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
Soon as it looks back at you, she briskly shakes her head and puts her headset back on.
The programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
Andre, it's the law.
The man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion. The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the chart.
I'm having like a heart attack, aren't I?
You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Together, where are you?
Here we go again. Hardcore fills the air. The sound above my head.
Turn on the hyperdrive.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center, an officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
What's this strange feeling I keep having? This cold, even now.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city.
What do you mean you are the city?
I am a fragment of the world's spirit.
the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill.
How are you talking to me?
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
But who am I? Why are you talking to me?
You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jaunt and Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden.
My partner, I think I insulted him now. I'm not sure he'll forgive me.
You must make it right at once. Unity is paramount. And remember, I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out.
Had a good rest there?
I spoke to the city of Revachol.
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That was great, but I'm out of juice, guys. Besides, I really need to talk to my partner.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down.
Wait, so he was lying about the volume being stuck?
Man! Now, man!
The would-be leader stutters in excitement.
Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development. Mission complete.
Right aesthetic.
All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
That's it for now. I should have made a save before that, just out of curiosity. We do have an autosave. I kind of want to see what Kim would have done. Am I gonna break my own rule? What do you guys think? I kind of want to see that. I kind of want to see how that would have played out. I feel like Kim and I are on the right wavelength. What do you guys think? Should we try a second time? We do have an autosave. I'm pretty sure that's us walking over there to make that check. Scum it. Kim's gotta dance. Talk to Egghead and try again after. Talk to Egghead and try again after. Hang on. Let's make a... No. I gotta be careful here. If it saves, though, we're gonna lose it. Right? No, it's not. And never mind. It's not deleting autosaves. Talk to Egghead and try again? Scum it, why not? Oh, geez. The scum life? Am I about that? Apparently, I'm also about getting stuck on this stage. Egghead does not want to talk to me. To answer your thought. Alright. Harry's earned this one. Harry's earned this one. We're doing it. I feel like that is a pivotal moment. Alright, so we need to dress with a little bit of authority, is what that tells us. So, I have you. I want my coat back on, although we may change that. Let's just get back to baseline here, and then we'll go from there. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we need something with a little bit of authority. Suggestion. Spirit. I think we have something with some authority on it. I mean, we did just roll bad. So, well, minus authority. Minus authority. I can change caps. Oh, lame. That's so lame. Kuno SE just pops her head in the window. I would still really do recommend talking to Egghead. We can check it. Okay. Talk to Egghead first.
A better deal! Yeah!
You're talking about this one? Whoa, that was a crazy sound we heard before.
It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore.
His voice booms through the chamber, then goes silent.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
What happened?
Sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme!
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power, making it pulse.
Is there anything we can do about it?
Oh! I don't know. Maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is the sounds that the future could make.
Sounds like the future's even more hardcore than I imagined.
Yeah!
Okay, that one was for you, Sino. Alright, if we're gonna be scummy, let's be full scum. So, let's save game before we do this. Alright, Kim, I need you on board, my man. We were having such a cool moment, and you kind of ruined it.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Of course, we also have to actually make this roll.
You close your...
But just imagine the moves you could put.
Yep. Okay, so then we had to put our point in. Alright, this is the one we made. Hopefully we make it again.
It's good to see you.
Do it.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep. Here,
we're gonna jump through a few of these a little quickly. Taking the same options.
Oh, don't worry. This is a nothing.
To rule the world, I am the spinal cord.
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Did you get the quest from Egghead on your task list? Yes, I already have his next one. Maybe whatever you did, you had actually completed it. All right, bust a move.
Foolhardy.
With your eyes still closed, as you open your eyes, you should scream. Hyper, hyper. It seems appropriate.
Hyper, hyper.
You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
Come on, Kim, don't let me down now.
Summation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads. Entirely, rigidly, imbecile, without pity or fear. Free from self-awareness. No.
Oh my god! No way!
This is really happening.
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come.
Oops. Future that will never come. The young man observes your moves for a second, then blasted into the same hideous pattern, yelling, "Ah!"
Throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for.
Okay, we're gonna try a little different strategy this time. Let's get everyone else dancing, and we'll peer pressure Kim into it. Acel.
The young woman lifts.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, as she started putting her head along to the music.
Dance, it's the law.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion. The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
Okay, authority, don't fail me now. Kim, get in here.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
This is clearly a Code 31 emergency.
Code 31. Code 31.
Lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The lights reflect off, his glasses. He's obviously having trouble adjusting to this new reality.
A Code 31 emergency? Really?
Yes, officer in need of assistance on the dance floor.
The lieutenant crosses his arms with a bemused look.
What's happening?
I'm not doing anything. The music made up its mind a long time ago. I'm just implementing it.
Good for you. Rock on then.
Hey, I called you to dance. We aren't going anywhere before we tear this shit up.
What?
All right, 92% chance. Come on, Kim, you respect me. Let's do this. Don't make me pull rank on you here.
Who's the one?
There it is. There it is. We're back on the correct path of history, builders. Lieutenant, I am only gonna pull rank on you this one time, and this one time is now.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant.
It's my what on?
The Lieutenant leans in closer, unable to make out the words over the pumping beats. I said get your goddamn groove on. Boogie woogie.
Sheesh, okay.
He backs up with his hand raised in the air, observing the crisscross of your feet.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
You talk a big talk, Lieutenant. Let's see some moves.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit.
I suspected that. I can do age inappropriate. This is why he knows about Kuno.
Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you.
I have waited for this moment since we got here. We have truly found Elysium. Disco Elysium. Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
Dynamic motion of your foot. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return.
Together, where are you?
Going hardcore fills the air. The sound above my head.
The what now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
Fair enough, Kim. Fair enough. All right, we'll do our shivers.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church, built 380 years.
All right, we are going to zip through this because it's going to be the same one. Ugh. I had to see that. Like I said, I absolutely hate doing save scums, but I had to see what Kim was going to do.
Had a good rest there?
Oh, and he's still here. I spoke to the city of Revachol.
Yeah, I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise.
Oh.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development.
All right.
You're absolutely
Goodbye.
All right, there we go. We made it. We made it. History's back on course. All right, Kim doesn't have anything to say about that. Put our hat back on. What are we running here? Self-affair minus some visual calc. Just gotta check what glasses I want. Visual calc minus drama. Yeah, there we are. Okay, what do we got? We have find a mixtape. That's in the center. Ask Everett about selling the drug lab. Do we want to go lose again to Everett and look for Ruby on the coast? We know that. Offer the figure to Dolores. Maybe that has progressed because we shook the church.
the mother of humanism stands above. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. Only a strange little sack. The mother of humanism. Why?
Just out of
The
curiosity.
mother of humanism towers above you.
We were not able to give the figure to her. Okay, so let's get out of here. I feel like we just hit peak. I don't know. That was pretty dang good. Okay, Everett. Do we have anything? We also did some points. Gaston? No. No. Maybe a wash basin. Oh, that was shaving. No. I don't think the mutton chops stay on. That's not the way we want to go. Okay, so we need to talk to Everett. We've got the statue thing. I feel like I'm missing one other one. I do wish a couple people have mentioned to me that there was supposed to be fast travel, but it just doesn't work. Like, I assume, like this, maybe you're supposed to be able to click that and teleport. I don't mind it having you walk, but it gets annoying when you have to go like back and forth, like we were doing with the Lena stuff last time. Because it is like a good 2-minute hike here. I think just having one over like on the boardwalk and one over here, like in front of Whirling, would probably be fine. Oh, we don't have anything to say here, do we?
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
This is the motor carriage. Something bad with the motor carriage.
I mean, we already know that. Okay, nothing there. We haven't progressed the case, so I don't think our 41 people are going to have anything inside. We don't want to show him the tattoo. Alright, so we got to do the Everett jog. Hardcore! Yeah, I love how, like, I'll start the stream thinking, okay, like, we're getting really, really close. And then I look down, it's like, oh, it's 2 hours. What have I done so far? Well, I danced. It was really hardcore. Maybe a piece of existential dread when we realize this entire insula is going to evaporate into the pale. You know, minor things. Haven't really pushed the quest forward much. Alright, Chuckles. To be fair, I came out of that disco encounter higher than I went into it.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
I met a girl named Estelle who says she's working with you.
Funny. That doesn't ring any bells, Harry.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church on the coast.
Oh, that Estelle. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some hypnotic music in there.
Obviously, he's not going to answer this. This is dumb, Harry. Did you also tell her to start an amphetamine lab?
Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched. Frankly, a health risk. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to? The drugs they do while they listen to that music?
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found God knows where to set it up and run it for you.
Found God knows where? That Estelle is the daughter of Miko the Kebab, a man who once killed a guy with a kebab. I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you?
Miko the Kebab, really?
Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad.
Anyways, I shut down the amphetamine production, but I let them get on with the nightclub.
A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music and have a non-alcoholic lager. Nightclubs don't interest me. But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things.
You know what? I chose not to do this last time, but... Hey, Everett, look at my gun.
My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You can't imagine how pleased I am the two of you are reunited. Tell me, Was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up?
You could say that. She tried to kill me.
I told you she was a piece of work, Harry. But I knew you could handle it. I know my special policeman. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right and armed again.
I just wanted to let you know, Everett, you should read the inscription on my gun. Sunrise Parabellum. When this case is over, I want you to remember that, because I will be back. We go into war with this Lardo. I think Harry has to stay clean so he can take down Everett and his crime. Okay, that's one off the list. Okay, look for the tape. We can do that. That's at the skeezy guy that's trying to sell stolen goods. Maybe that was the piece that you were thinking of, Sino. Maybe if you'd done that bit and make the music even more hardcore beforehand. I was just thinking about money. We have enough, and we can stay at the shack now, so it's not too big of a problem if I can't make the 20. Hey, bud, you got any tapes?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Yep, you got any tapes?
Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses. If you want to get your mojo going.
Alright, so you have no idea where I could find some tapes?
Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
To the west, dark brown ribbons of tape hang from the tree, flowing in the wind. You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
The tree to the west. In my mind, this is west. Is that not the case? He said behind the lorry, though. Behind the lorry would imply over there. Huh. West to the right. That's weird.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
The multi-tool is truly multi and karaoke superstar.
With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it. So maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for?
I'm too embarrassed to say. It's for Egghead. I promised to make Von X jam even harder. Maybe this tape can help.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I think at least one of the ravers would know how to fix a broken tape if they want to have a
We could
nightclub.
also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
He looks at his wristwatch a little
Good idea.
impatiently.
He might have the tools. The
Good
tape
Hawthorne.
patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. You tree-hugging pansy, the gnarled hawthorn.
It's a good tree. It gave me the tape back. All right. Talk to the glowy here.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Hey, do you know how to fix this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
Great, could you help, please? This is important. I need to be able to play the tape for someone.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Worthless? It's not worthless, Roy. This could be the next big thing for the local dance music scene.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do you know the old church down the coast?
Yes. What about it?
I helped some young ravers turn this place into a nightclub, and they play these weird beats there, which they call anotic music.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
No, that's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's nothing to it, no bass. It just goes bzz, bzz, bzz. But this tape could really make it hardcore.
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though.
No problem.
Take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Wow, we're gonna complain it took him 15 minutes to fix that? No. Thanks for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I do what I can for True Passion Project. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
No problem. I'm looking for a radio transceiver. Do you got anything?
A transceiver, is it? Yeah, we should have something to do the trick.
He produces a machine encased in a blue Bakelite shell. Its black face covered in an assortment of pearl-topped knobs and dials. The lieutenant whistles a long, quivering note.
Acre mode.
A genuine crystal sprach. This is a connoisseur's model, good for picking up foreign milieux.
The Model 9 also comes equipped with a signal purifier to suppress crosstalk. Especially good around here with our funky reception.
Sounds perfect.
It's about as close to perfection as a transceiver gets. And we're only asking 120 real for it.
Oof. Oof. I'm gonna have to shop around a little bit. I'll be back later.
Be back again. I've got a feeling.
Hold on to that feeling, because 120 is nowhere near what I can get to. Reel of magnetic tape. Yep. Egghead will be stoked. Okay, let's do a quick check. Yep. Not happening. We tried. We need 120 bucks. We're not going to do that. Check the island. We don't have a way to the island yet. I guess we could talk to the lady and see if her boat is usable. I assume that's how we're going to get out there. That requires buying a book. We failed the volition check that probably leads to that. And we don't know anything about that. Unless Ruby's got it. Oh, you're not hustling hard enough. I mean, I keep accidentally shaking people down in front of Kim. I feel a little bad about that. I totally didn't think it through. I guess also, if you rushed the free place, we could have saved 20 or 40 bucks. So we could have saved a little bit of money. Your boat ready to go yet?
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it.
She needs to go on a date with another drunk badly. No, let's not do that. Not in front of Kim. We've already embarrassed ourselves.
Our Canada policeman.
Nothing new there. Yeah, we need to be more like that guy that's selling stuff. He's hustling hard, man. Making that cash. You can go ahead and... Well, hold on. Once I turn in the tape, Sino, if there was something different in that... oh my goodness, this is not the right way. If there was something different in how that encounter went down, you can go ahead and tell me. Let's turn this in first to see if it changes anything. Oh, Kim, we totally went the wrong way, man. I'm so sorry. Okay. I got your tape, Egghead. I found this reel of tape. Maybe you can use it to hard up Egghead's jam.
Yeah! Remix time!
His voice booms through the church as he
Into deck B!
takes the tape on the empty reel.
Hand on his ear, he listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. Ooh. I'm really working hard on making sure this video gets claimed.
The signs match perfectly! Now, if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Do what? I found a random tape and brought it to Egghead. He's just incredibly good at remixing.
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix on some forgotten local melody, like a folk song, and you just found the original piece that inspired him to create this jam? That would explain why it fits so well.
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck. I don't think he needs any inspiration from folk songs. Maybe he lives in Martinez and just threw away part of his song because he thought it wasn't good enough.
Maybe we're Van Eyck.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well.
Hey, Final Fantasy X Lover 1 just came to say hi. I'm gonna continue binge watching your Tale of Immortals videos. All right, well, hello, welcome in. When you run out of stuff there, you can always check out some of the other stuff. We are probably going to finish this run of Disco Elysium today, so if you want a, I don't know, 40 to 50 hour watch after you're out of those, you can definitely check this one out.
Something mysterious is going on here.
I think Estelle's right. Van Eyck must live around here. Andre's got it, or I agree with Noid. It's just luck. I'm going to go with I agree with Noid. It's just luck and Egghead's incredible mixing skills.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits! Bring up the volume!
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
I think you might know the answer.
What if we use that crazy sound assault from Suna's experiment, but contained and tamed it, made it a pulse?
What about that compressor Andre was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing?
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
Cyanide says Cultivator Life, and Final Fantasy says I love the Tale of Immortals a lot. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I've already got several more days recorded, and they're queued up as members' first videos. If you get really antsy, maybe consider joining as a member, and you'll have access to those right now. Otherwise, one per day is already scheduled, and hopefully I'll record a whole nother batch tomorrow. So should have at least the next week already done and in the can by tomorrow.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Interfacing. Okay, hang on a second. I don't think we have that much interfacing, do we? We only have the gloves, I think. So, Sino, I assume that you've actually done this, like, this quest line first before you actually got the dance off, or whatever you want to call it. All right, let's give that a try. 28.
Medium car!
Bzz, 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 goes the track in the background, never ending. You can't grasp what's missing. But
whereof one cannot speak, one ought to remain silent.
His head.
Do we want to drop a skill point? We could. What are our thoughts that we picked up here recently? We're still working on Wasteland of Reality. And we've only picked up Anno. It does give +1 interfacing. The question won't leave you. Why did the melody line from the broken discard tape fit perfectly? You know what? Sure. We'll do it. We're feeling pretty disco at the moment. Does that allow me to do a reroll? No. We will. We're doing it. We're being really greedy here. Interfacing. We'll level it up. Oops. Oops.
A better deal! Yeah!
Here's
Oh, Snake Eyes, what's this?
The exact same thing. Or wait. Say something that's only marginally different. it will yield a drastically different outcome.
I don't know the technical term, but it needs less boots.
Yeah! Pump off the bazoot bazoot!
It's hard to say for sure, but the digital throbbing seems ever...
All right, well, we did not make that one, and we have no points to reroll again at the moment, so that will have to lie. Where's my... Yeah, half-time. All right, that was pretty hardcore, boys. We can't do anything about that until we have a point. I think it might be time to look for Ruby. We are out of everything else that we can do. I was really, really hoping we would finish Wasteland of Reality. We saw 5 hours on that. We could try to pass some time on the phone again.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter, caustic taste on the tip of your tongue as you look at the handset.
I was just double checking my healing items.
Life is garbage.
Okay, good. It's probably for the best. Sino says completing the song beforehand doesn't really change the dialogue. Does it change the music? I assume so. Okay, the door... Where was it? It was down below the boardwalk. Yeah, it's down. You should take out your flashlight. That sounds like a good idea, game. I should. Alright, we've been warned not to walk around with our gun out, so we won't do it. Cha-ching! Hey, we can sleep in the whirlings. A concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. It feels strange.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
Okay, that's not good. Do we have another point of pale here?
It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your ears.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Help, Kim, help! My brain's on fire. Kim too.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your equations. It's the ULAN frequency. Fat Angus said you had a pale emitter. You're using one of those devices that signals through the pale at me. I saw your equations. It's the ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Maybe a phone number or something? Keep your eyes on Ruby.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, You can force a radio signal grid on the Pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the Pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for Pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Have you ever experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officers trapped in it. Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
2-4-5-5-7-9.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, could you turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under the floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
She didn't rat you out, by the way. Isabel, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the Pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
I mean, I guess we go for it, right? Did you shoot Laylee?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
When I threatened to arrest her, Clause broke. She told me everything.
Oh. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your first guess wasn't entirely off.
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Do you have an alibi for when Laylee was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes that they couldn't account for. I thought it was 5 minutes. They said you left for a really long leak. They did say leak.
Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
Would you say Laylee was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him? Perhaps this was with a woman?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
You don't feel sympathy for the mercs? It's hard to work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
You have a gun.
And?
Where did you get it?
Gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Really? Trigger?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere? I can't quite tell. What kind of gun is it?
A Noctway 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
That merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the Whirling would have heard the shot downstairs.
Do you collect guns? Maybe old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
I see it's a front loader. Did you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
There's other evidence I want to talk about.
Yeah, evidence.
You like Clase a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
But you wanted to be more than friends.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us. And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
Wait, Clausia said you kissed.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
Wait, we need details. No. Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
Clausia said you got very angry when she started seeing Laylee and threatened her.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
So you're a girl like her?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet. Not yet.
And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching?
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
There are other things I want to ask about.
Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof? Yeah, I don't think... The shooter was definitely not on that roof. It was too close.
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Did you leave any flowers for Claudia on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Those weren't just flowers, they were symbols of revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
But Claudia was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Okay, so you didn't leave the Maybells.
No, I did not.
You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
To be fair, nobody actually betrayed her. We kind of got Titus and his boys to finally admit that she was there when it became very suspicious, but they didn't really betray her. You're a criminal. I can't trust anything you say.
That's your prerogative.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
I don't think that's fair. I mean, we're kind of a scuzzbag, but we've only have 4 confirmed kills. And Kim was very impressed with that, how little we had for how long we'd worked. Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claudia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
Man, Kim is really struggling with this.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
What did she say?
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Clause found it weird that you came up with a plan so quickly.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
Yeah, Clause, I'm going to be shocked if Clause is still there when we get back.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Showerhead, resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think that she killed Laylee herself? I don't think she was the killer.
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, then why are you hiding?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
What do you mean La Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
She's the only person who's actually said this to us. Who's everyone? How do you know this? Bullshit, you're trying to throw me off. No one says that.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me, what's my name? If you know about me, you must also know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the take.
Oh, Harry, you're not on the take, are you, my man?
Cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
La Puta Madre. I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
No, that was a real question.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyways?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Mellow Inventor says, enjoying the playthrough? Have to step away for a bit? Yeah, no problem, man. The VOD will be there. When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
Well, I mean, that's our members from our squad.
Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We could either take a room here in the whirling, go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Yeah, I think I know them. They're in Martinez, or no, that doesn't ring any bells. Yeah, I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please delete.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Do you know anything about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice shows off into white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm is approaching. Oh, goodness.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
I think we gotta make a run for it. This is gonna hurt bad. Kermode says, love you, Babel. Gonna step out and play some silly shenanigans with some friends. We'll have fun, man. Catch you later. Alright, please don't kill me, because it's been a long time since we were able to save. Oh, come on, Harry. Come on, Harry. You can do it. Our nerves are already frayed anyways, man.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
Oh my goodness. We are at 1 HP with no healing yet again. Whisper over your shoulder. You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh, jeez. What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
Oh my goodness. We are having a day. Rhetoric 6, high chance. This is a red check, cannot be retried. Oh, it's a day of escalations, my man. Alright. Harry, I need you to channel the power of hardcore and convince her to put the gun down. You can do it, Harry.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it?
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please put your hands up, just walk away. I wish I could let you go, but I have to follow protocol. Please put your hands up, just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen. The gun still in her mouth. Eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Alright, you don't have to do this. You're not cornered. I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She says, pulling the gun out of her mouth, eyes still fixed on you. Then she turns her gaze to the tunnels behind you. I'll take it.
Past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Oh, we got messed up, Kim. I'm so messed up right now, man. Let me make a quick save.
Yes?
I have nothing else to say there. Okay, tent. Oh, sweet healing items. I'm gonna pop one immediately. Cooking utensils. She was preparing herself porridge with bananas. That sounds pretty good, actually. $8. Smugglers are rich. Dark water trails in the distance. There's a no way out.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out.
Look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlight on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Shift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Gotcha, Kim. I'm on it. A well-loved journal in a brown leather cover with the name Scheller embossed on the back. It seems to have served as a loyal friend for a lonely traveler.
Thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Okay. I need to make a decision. Do I want to stay in Whirlings tonight? Because we're going to need to run over there. I think it's 2100. Look at the cover again. Put the journal away. All right, we're going to read that in a second. I do think I am going to stay at the Whirlings again. We'll just get there. We'll get our room set. And then we'll get back into the journal. I do really appreciate that this game doesn't have time just move forward. So you're not racing like, saying, like Stardew Valley to try to finish something. It only moves forward via our conversation.
Detective, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, what?
A journal? We should probably leaf through it.
Oh.
Might learn something useful.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Just do it.
Okay, I guess I'm not allowed to leave. Never mind. Maybe we will be sleeping in the shed.
The thick journal bound in brown.
Study the handwriting.
Perhaps too confidently.
Flip through the pages. What kind of diagrams?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis. She was going through a tough time. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
What about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching, but also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
This is a coincidence. I would never kill people for a mob boss.
The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
The lieutenant taps on the page.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting? He thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her. Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent? I'm gonna ask Kim. I trust him. I don't think Harry is. I don't think Harry could keep it together.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusted. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Thank you, Volition. If she didn't do it, then maybe it's a good thing we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Cyanide says the final cut added to the political vision quest and stuff. I think it's also just because of the... it's totally voice acted, right? Like, before it wasn't. So I assume that, like, you know, if I was just scanning this, I wasn't streaming it, so I didn't have to read it out loud. You could zip through some of these conversations pretty lickety-split. I mean, I have time to sit here and sip my tea while the narrator talks. So that probably added a lot of time to the game. Then who do you think killed the merc?
Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself.
But no one heard the gunshot.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Kim, I think it's too late for me to rent a room at this point. Just so you know.
Arno van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on, just threw it away, and then it ended up in the Hawthorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it.
Sunlight says, ain't worth a time when you're broke. I mean dime. Can't type Tolay. Alright, I think we only have room for one more thought, so we're going to save our last thought for something very important. I don't know what that is yet, but we will save it. We are at 77% of getting sober. I really wish we would hurry that up, if I'm being frank. When you get the chance, call your station, return to whirling in rags. Okay. Alright, for realsies, I can do it now. What I was gonna say when we traveled back, the other thing I've really appreciated, and it's only come up a couple times in this playthrough, I really like that they say, hey, if you don't talk to so-and-so, this is your last opportunity. I hate it in games when that's not the normal way the game works, and there's no indication, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually your best friend is dead and you're never going to be able to do anything with him ever again. All the side dialogue that you hadn't gone through is gone. So I really appreciate them actually just saying, like, hey, this is your last chance to talk to the character if you want to. Sino suggests Wompty Dompty. I don't know if Wompty Dompty was the big one. I assume that's probably for the political vision quest, but yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm not gonna cry if we end up missing out on that.
Now, it is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pocket.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Okay, that was the complete opposite of last time we were looking at that. Do we really need our gun out? You gonna say anything about that?
Yes.
That was incredibly ominous. Are we really not gonna get sober? Low throma bass beats, your heart repeats it.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Okay, well, it looks like this has escalated quickly. And it was that asshole. I was right. And then... the woman radio operator, maybe? It's not Classe, is it? And then somebody else. And then Titus and his boys.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
And the gardener. Okay, we're not chancing that. Hold on, Kim. I gotta clear my sinuses. Yes, I should have the armor on. I better have the armor on.
Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates.
Mm-hmm.
His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Kim, what's going on here?
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Okay, it wasn't Clause. I kind of was questioning that just based on the character model, but no. DePaul.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Even Fat Angus is stepping up. You go, man.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Rude Onkelin.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant points to the helmeted figure.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all. Heavily armed.
I don't think we missed that, though. We knew about the guy at the gate. We knew somebody was on the radio, and we knew that there was somebody up high watching us, probably with a gun. So I don't feel like we missed that. We're out of time. This is, what do we do? The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader. Stop, this is the police. We're out of time. This is...
The mercenary tribunal.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Let's walk away for now. No. Well, I wish I could open up my gear and at least look. I want to make sure I put the armor on. That was the whole point of getting the armor. I'm pretty certain I did. I made a save just a second ago if this screws up. I just want to look at my... I'm not going to go anywhere else. I just want to look at my inventory. Let's walk away for now.
We have to step in. This is not...
All right, never mind then.
If we don't.
Stop, this is the police! Come on, Harry. Have the armor on. Turn so I see... I'm pretty sure that's the armor. We're good.
You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Oh, nice. They are really drunk. Perfect.
Big fuck!
I can see that you're drunk. One wrong move, and I'm taking you out. Easy now. No one needs to die today. Easy now. No one needs to die today.
No, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
I'm glad we didn't show him the picture.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin.
All right, boys. Let's do this.
I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
Who is that? I didn't know you have a third guy. Listen, they didn't do it. You're all drunk. Look at yourself. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. We have a red check. Think of an argument. We have suggestion. Talk about the hanged man. Also red check. Where's Clause? She can explain this. Shoot Courtier. Figured out the armor. Okay, at least we have that going for us. Stand there quietly, hope nothing bad happens. Who's this? I didn't know you have a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
Tends to the stables. Yeah, I was just thinking that it has kind of a like a Western standoff flair to it. Good, I kill killers. I'm a killer too. You think you're real tough, huh? This killing is meaningless. He kills. I don't think we're at clown mode at the moment. We're running off a lot of adrenaline today. I'm a killer too.
You're a tit-sucking pig. I'm gonna show you, killer.
What are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did that?
I mean, I don't think it was any of these people. Wait, I just need a little time to figure it out. They're not going to accept that. It wasn't Titus. It wasn't Clause. It wasn't Ruby. We weren't here yet, so it couldn't have been us. It was someone else, someone who's not here now. I'm going to go that, but... No. Wait, I just need a little bit of time to figure it out. We're getting really close.
Time? You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your union chief. I saw you.
You don't speak bad about the church. The church is hardcore.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
Nope, it was someone else, someone who's not here right now.
How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
He was shot from a long distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? How about the kid? Tell me, the magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court-martial won't decide who...
All right, Logic, it's your time to shine, man. Think. Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Fucking liars.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his gun.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I didn't do it, Gart. You can't blame me for this one, man. I didn't do it.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Think about an argument.
International something. International law.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps things?
All right, let's try talking about the hangman.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you, Cordy?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
Whoa. You are not burning Whirling in rags, my friend.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click. Softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased.
I am really glad we didn't show him that photo.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
He was a talker. He had blue eyes, didn't he, your colonel?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Portner, I know that name.
He sways from left to right.
Raoul and Ellis Courtnier. Look him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
And then went to the same military academy, and then the same unit, and then the same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
He looks around and wipes his face with an armored glove.
Okay, good.
His parents left him in a leaf compactor. Yeah.
Ooh, Laylee.
Yeah, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. that was in there, and other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
He waves at the gang huddled by the doors.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Everyone says good things about. They didn't though, really. I mean, the only person who really said anything good about him was Clausse, but then again, the only other people that talked about him were the Hardy Boys. Listen, you're Laylee. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
What do you mean? We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for sure. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here. Today.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Okay, I don't think we're quite ready to start shooting yet. The boy, 58. Oh, I wish that was higher. The Wild Pine rep does not approve of this. I don't think that's going to help. Where's Clausse? You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
How cool is Pig of the Desert Pygmies? Your judgment's impaired. You'll regret this. Trust me.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Look, pull the fucking armor out of your butt crack, lady. Calm down.
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pines is not going to forgive you for massacring a bunch of innocent people.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's going to be mad when she hears about this.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You're alone. Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid! The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
He looks around, tired, suddenly, sad even.
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here.
I mean, you guys could at least spread out and make it harder to get shot. Where's Clausse? She can explain this. Yeah, she is so gone.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
Yeah, thanks, Gart. Thanks for the assist. Yeah, we knew she wasn't going to be here.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Gart, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
Actually, I kind of do because I paid for a replacement. What do you mean she left?
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Stand there quietly and hope nothing bad happens. It's going to. He's thinking of the leaf compactor, got him arguing, figured out the armor. All right, boys. This is why we've stayed clean. Harry, time to be a human can opener.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
I need a little tea to calm my nerves. Look through the smoke rising from the barrel. Look at Klotner. I trust it. Look at Klotner.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Jeez. Reaction speed challenging. Dodge the shot. We've got this.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat.
Joy, I'm alive.
Lightest of tucks.
Whew. I cannot be killed. I have become immortal. Shout! Stop shooting at me. I cannot be killed. I've become immortal. No, Harry wants to live. I'm alive.
Tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
No, you do not shoot at Kim.
God, please.
Oh, Kim, you've got this, man.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
Kim, you can't see that.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
He definitely hit him. Who screamed?
Dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
We got this. We got this. Harry, you can do this. We could not do this. You
can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
A silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. No one wants anything to do with me. No one wants to party with me. Of course, I got gunned down and died. Kim, I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything. No, I don't. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there. I think we're a little delirious. No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me.
Stay with me.
This stupid world.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. Almost gone. when suddenly you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
No, Kim!
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear.
Kim, you're too good for this.
That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape.
Ooh.
The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
I better have had that armor on. I'm gonna be really mad.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No way, I can't leave Kim out there to keep fighting. Let me back.
Fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
Unfortunately, the armor doesn't come with a bulletproof skirt. Well, we're manly enough for an armored kilt.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
That's right. This is going to be our masterpiece. If nothing else, this is going to be the last case.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
Oh, Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
That was maybe one of the most badass things Kim has ever said. Screenshot there. The lieutenant says he's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Kim, I didn't pay for the room. The piss jacket. Kim, you took it off? We never gave him the piss jacket. What did you say, Sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun, it's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Look at Kim's portrait. Sure seems familiar. You're going to have to explain that comment to me because it looks like the same one. Unless I'm missing a tiny detail on it. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt. I'm relieved to say. He looks out the window. Oh, I see what you're saying. The halo, the white behind him, because we've got the light from here. I gotcha.
I think we may have had enough for now. Barely.
Ouch.
That's right. Ouch, indeed.
Ouch.
Not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad. But still, under the counter bad.
I mean, it did say we were bleeding, but maybe that wasn't our blood? The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Has anyone from the station been here to see me?
No.
Oh, gee. Wow. Wow. I mean, I know we're kind of a screw-up, but, like, we did the right thing there.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Really?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd, you haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
They're so worried about me. Where are they?
I don't know.
If not my station, who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need. I did.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, we'll let a little bit of the weirds creep in. I'm a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Okay, let's get up. Ooh.
Easy now.
If we didn't have... I guess we dodged that first shot, right? If we didn't dodge that, would the vest have come into play? Because we stepped to the left and the killer shots went wide.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
My disco days are... Don't say that, man. You can disco again. I feel fantastic. Let's rock.
He nods.
What happened?
What happened?
Is he
shot
dead?
The major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I mean, we know we've already done 4 kills before. I'm a killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene?
Yes. He's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you say that no one wants to party with you, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Esprit de Corps.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Cam, I don't think it's the evening. So you also killed... I thought you only smoked 1 per day. And they're all dead, all 3 of the contractors. I thought you only smoked one per day.
This is the one.
Kim, you're just too cool for me. So you also killed.
He nods.
They're dead then, all three of the contractors?
The Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
And that's...
all.
I don't see how that could have gone any better.
Let's face it, officer, and this is both of our fault. It could have gone a little better.
I don't know about that. Congrats on achieving the best. So you disagree with Kim? You think that's as good as it could be? You can spoil. I don't care there. Was that really the good ending? I do agree with Harry, though. I don't think... They were so drunk and they were gonna shoot. There was just no way around that. They were already set. Unfortunate. Although... The Union guys could have at least spread out instead of standing in a huddled group against automatic weapons. That wouldn't have hurt.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet.
I mean, we were, like, thinking that they could kill, like, thousands. Or, you know, that was probably hyperbole, but a lot of people could have died.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
F&A, Kim.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
Which one of you did you think was going to survive?
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
We never gave him the jacket, so I don't know why we have that line of text. I'm going to skip that one. What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know?
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
This is because we never got to call about that. The fucking Maybells, Kim. The flowers. There's still a 28% chance. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. An antique bullet from a Belmar grave. How hard can it be to find one? All these old bunkers and weapon cache. It's simple. We have to locate communism. Yeah, Kim. Where's the communism? There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
It's the Maybells, Kim.
What?
Yank it out and show the dried flower. This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
No, Kim. Every piece of garbage in this city is connected to the case.
Okay.
An antique bullet. How can we find one?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
It's simple. We have to locate communism, Kim. Communism killed him.
I'm afraid we may not be able to locate communism, Detective, on account of it being dead.
Are you sure? I see communism everywhere, telling us what to think, stifling. Ow, my leg hurts. Or Okay.
A nod.
Are all these old bunkers and weapon
We
caches?
could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I can't believe they're useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
Alright. Is this because I'm La Puta Madre's peony, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor.
That does make some sense.
You know what I was thinking about? Solving crime.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard. Actually, I want to talk about this crime some more. Yeah, solving crime is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not giving up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
Damn right I am, Kim.
Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to enjoy the walk.
We should check Quasi's room upstairs.
Why not?
He just threw that on the floor. Gart, I did not do that one.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside. Back in the world again.
The fan stands still.
Pull on the
The
fan.
switch must be broken.
We didn't fix that. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. You see gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside. I was going to sell those. Fix my tape player? This stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. Ooh. My lieutenant's path, plus pants, authority, and suggestion. What are we wearing right now? 12 afar. Okay, authority and suggestion. Sure, sure. I was wearing the armor. All right. I didn't see an answer to that. Does anybody know if you don't dodge the first shot from Killer, does the armor actually come into play? Is that what that's supposed to do for me? I guess we also could have dodged the shot that took us down too, now that I'm thinking about it. Although, the odds of that. Yes, it does. Okay. Okay. Then I don't feel so stupid for being so obsessed with getting this on and trying to do that. We also got a +1 because we figured out the armor. Got 2 skill points. Okay, inspect the window. Alright. This door's been bugging me, Kim. Nope, nope, open. And actually, I just noticed we're still holding the gun. Let's put that away. We got a really tiny room. The alarm is set for 650. Know that feel. Medical supplies in the cupboard. Mertracochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer, Kim.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go. I am sure neither of us feels...
Alright. You're really dedicated to me not fiddling around with that. Alright, alright. I'm not gonna go to sleep, but what's that do?
The bed's a little nicer now. You could get a good night's sleep here.
I like how the bed is actually just a couch. Maybe it's a fold-out. Okay, let's... Oh, the pain. Ouch, your leg hurt. Maybe if you didn't run, it'll be okay. Alright, that's fair. You're probably gonna damage me if I keep running. Looks like she left something on the table. Yeah.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door.
Hey, tut-tut-tut. Welcome in, man.
I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. PPS. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Seems like she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note.
Kim.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Kim, we used both of my bullets, didn't we? Just throwing that out there. I only had 2.
The medicine cabinet is pity.
I was kind of hoping the gift would be here. She really cleaned this out.
She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Close the cabinet. Yeah, we had seen that was full of drugs before. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. Yeah, that's like bullet trajectory.
You see the same 2 neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Lieutenant tests the thread with his fingers. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Okay, yeah, so that is... We've been to these 2. We haven't been to B triple. Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the inlet? How does she know this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Yeah, I think she was maybe more of a spy, or definitely more than what she was offering is just some corporate espionage. Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the inlet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that inlet, a sunken sea fort. I saw it through a coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
This is the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem unenthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to that island. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
He is trying to justify it to himself.
Kim, let's go to the effing island. I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course. I mean...
He takes a second to gather himself and then says...
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Liline, the net picker, she's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
I got this, Kim. Anything else out here while we're here? We probably will not be returning to this point. Thread tied to the antenna. What's that? Did I miss that before?
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Push?
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy.
Where's this door lead to?
I don't know, Lieutenant Freighter. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
You think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers.
Tap on the roof with your foot.
A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
All right, do we want to hurt ourselves again? Hang on a second, Kim. I gotta change. Avert your eyes, Kim. Put on our plan. I think that's everything that we've got for physical instrument. I don't think we have anything else. If we did, it would be one of these. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. All right, let's give it a try.
Small, heavy door.
Actually, hang on a second. What if we put on... What if we put on our multi-tool?
The same small, heavy door.
Nope. All right, kick it.
In sight.
Yep. Nope.
You kick it, gung-ho style, entering the premises style. But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
The door has withstood your demolishing attempt. There must be another way in.
How?
Through the kitchen door, perhaps. Let's explore rather than destroy.
Alright, we'll try your way. That door, that blue door, man. I still feel like that volition check that we made and then failed after our soft lock. I still feel like that was it. Not that there's anything I can do about it, but... Alright. Hey, Gart. Thanks for cleaning my room, man.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I took a bullet for this place. I did. Thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
So I'm a hero cop.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He clears his throat.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by. In the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
No need to worry, Kim. I'm hopefully a few hours away from becoming sober. Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
He wears his sunglasses at night? Okay, I have to mention, when it happened, you were right there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Okay, I do wish they would warn me if this is sarcastic, because I do want to be like, yeah, that was pretty badass. If you say two different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong. Just nod stoically.
He nods back at you, even more stoically.
I have a feeling that top response was sarcastic, and I didn't want to be.
Two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
/ nod. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. All right, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
All right. I'm just gonna go open this door. I noticed that your cook isn't here.
You see a heavy steel. The door does not. The cobalt blue, old cobalt paint. Rough. It leads to a side build.
Not get in there. We just cannot get in there. At least we have a check now we can make. So if... oh no, we are maxed out in physical instrument. So unless something gives us a reroll, we are done with that. Hey man, how are you?
Hi again, gendarme.
Okay, no help there. Yep, no problem. Boy, it's a good thing we got Lena out of here. Titus?
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
It looks at you with unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
I may not particularly like you, Titus, but you weren't in the wrong in that case.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
I superstarred the shit out of that. Nod in silence. No. No need to thank you, just doing my job.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper.
He raises his whiskey bottle in salute. I'm sorry about the people you lost.
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Yeah, F's in chat for Angus there.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
What about that Shanky fella? They were good people. I don't really think they were particularly good people. Yeah, what about that Shanky fella?
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
Yeah, I don't really think they were good people, but we have a truce here, and, you know, we're all grieving, so they were good people. Sorry it went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento Mori. Right.
Memento Mori. Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys?
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
Guys, could we not? Could we please not?
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block.
That's not gonna bring back.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then...
He thinks for a moment.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys.
You know what happened to Class A?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Titus, after all we've been through, level with me. You really liked her, didn't you?
Nope.
He did.
Same here, man.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Any idea what I should do now?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
All right, so long, fellas. Be good so I don't have to come back here again.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
Harry and Titus team up to bring down communism in the docks.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
The RCM could use a man like you, Titus. Think about it.
Will, capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
All right. What do we got in the old book? Go to the island. We also need to call our station and ask if we are on the roll. I don't think we are. I think, like, the crime people would obviously make you guys seem really bad so that nobody goes squealing to you. Angel de Serenai de Vatur Pleasant Toy. Tale of a Mortal, what?
Graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Oh. Nope. Bad idea.
Okay. Sorry. Whew. Close call.
Yep. Nope. We're on the path of recovery. Let's not be doing none of that now. Speaking of recovery. What? We've been out for 2 days. How did we only get 2 hours of progression?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio again.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Saragi and I have...
Something is wrong. No
Hello?
reply. Only...
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention that...
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. In the cabin, you see a set.
Alright, pick up the radio.
57, how may I
Reconnect me to the 41st.
Right.
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over.
Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as La Puta Madres Pione. You think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
I mean, we have taken some bribes. Some talk? What do you mean that there's been some talk? Did they think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Okay, well.
Roger that. 10-10, over and...
Close the door. That was not the conclusion I was hoping for. Alright, that task is done. We need to get 120 bucks. I don't know if that's going to happen this playthrough. No. We can't seem to figure out how to do that. Take on... Okay, that's the money again. Go to the island, buy the book. You got anything to say? You probably saw the shootout.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
Alive and limping.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
I'm still looking around. Loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you. But hey, you're still breathing, right?
I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the lieutenant through what are you doing?
Yeah, that's it. Can't share any more info.
That's probably for the best.
Alright. Kuno. Did you survive? I mean, there was bullet shots flying through here. Below the grime, a dark neon poster reads, Van Eck, totally transcendent. Well, Kuno's still here, so is Kuno S.A.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who's saying that?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
The fuck do you want?
Yeah, there's not gonna be anything.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
Kuno really is cold like that, yep. What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
Alright, how about you? Think I got some street cred?
I'll die before I squid.
Nope. Sure. Okay, let's look at... Is there any rerolls we have that matter? That's a no-go. I think that's a no-go. 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 Maybe... Egghead interfacing Godly we have a reroll on for some reason. We can go make a check on that. Or head in that direction anyways. Can't believe we finally get to stay for free. All we had to do was get shot. We should have just done that day one. 120 bucks. I don't think that we are going to get 120 bucks, if I'm being honest. Why haven't you lit the words on fire? Because we're not doing arson. Faint smell of smoldering, melted insulation, nylon, and ozone. Friends. Okay, so we know we need to talk to her. Okay, interfacing first before I get distracted. Artson. This art is so hot right now. Just out of curiosity also. We need art, man. Alright, I'll consider it.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a life is...
Okay. Probably for the best. Now we know we're not going up there because we are going to the church and definitely not going to take the wrong path. Alright. Yo, man, hardcore. Oh, no. Don't actually talk to him. Let's put our gloves on first. It's our only interfacing item. Man, can you imagine doing a playthrough where you don't have those gloves?
A better deal! Yeah! Medium car!
I've thought about the discarded melody and come to the conclusion that Van Eck has lived around here.
J'adore! God is close by, but maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
The audio onslaught can be tamed. Connect the dots.
Here's an idea. Say what you said before, the exact same thing. Or wait, say something that's only marginally different.
You should crank up the oscillator matrix.
Oscillator matrix? Where is that?
Oh, you don't have one? Maybe that's a top-notch cop tech.
Top secret cop tech! Mega cool! You gotta bring us some
Don't listen to him. He's making shit up. There's no top secret cop audio tech. There's other top secret spying on people tech, most likely. But cops don't care about music.
You don't need the gloves if you do a lot of bonuses and steal the hubcaps. Alright, well, we failed that miserably, so that happened. Okay, next we need to hit the boats. I don't know why, my brain just does not like the layout of this zone.
Wait. Take a longer look at yourself and how you're reflected in that slick chemical rainbow. What do you see? Metaphor. It's always metaphor.
Some kind of metaphor for me?
This is more important than you. That's the blood of industry you see before you. The runoff from Coal City, further down the coast. The engines of fortune once roared here. Great wealth poured into Revachol, the Delta, as did smoke, waste, sickness, life.
What happened?
The engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape, a landscape despoiled by industry. Filth. This needs environmental action now.
Ravachol got moved on to the service industry. There's some serious dereliction of duty on this cleanup.
Perhaps you could dedicate your life to cleaning it up. But you're a cop. You must concern yourself with different messes. Even so, it's pretty to think.
CB says, by the way, Disco Elysium's on sale for about 10 USD for a few days. Yeah, they have some pretty good sales. I think I bought this on winter sale, I think, for like 7. And over the summer, it was like 3. So, depending on how much you want to wait, you can get it pretty darn cheap. I think when we started today, I had about 40 hours of playtime. Just to throw that out there. Boat.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you.
What?
Reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Some people hurt me. You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
I didn't get shot in the foot though. Why is it saying foot? It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
That reminds me of a line from Borderlands when they're like, "What's going on up there, Bloodshots? I'm hearing more gunfire than usual."
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
But we killed everyone. Why would this tell us that there's one in the hospital? I dodged the second shot. I can also get not shot.
Well, good for you.
I don't think she'd like that answer. I'm gonna do it anyways, though. You should see the other guys. 2 dead, 1 in the hospital.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
I'm not a killer, I'm a cop.
I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
None of that changed her opinion of us. That's odd. I figured that would. We need to get to that island. Harry didn't kill anyone? Yes, we did. We shot the leader in the face. Harry got Killer and the lady.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
What's on the island? I saw some kind of ruins.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You haven't been there yourself. Who's been there?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
Where Kim shot? I think Kim killed the guy that called himself Killer in the eye.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Aren't they like 4?
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two.
Aye.
If I want to rock. Not along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there
Please
then.
be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Okay, we'll be seeing you. Alright, Sino, have a good one, man. What do you know, kids?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to the island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I want to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
I really don't feel comfortable that we're letting, like, 4-year-olds on a raft in the open ocean.
And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Wait, you mean shells?
I don't know what these are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because...
Boy pauses to think.
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are Electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
This seems rather insensitive, but your father used to go to the island, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him, the boy's eyes well up like he's gonna start crying. Your father did not kill
I
himself.
don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make
Yeah.
sense.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
There's
Starts rubbing his eyes. Clearly has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Is Lily your sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There we go. All right, boat. Where are you? I thought it was going to be that one for some reason. I guess it would be that one, but it's not clicky. Are you in the water boat? Do I need to interact with her to use the boat? No, here we are. Yellow boat. Okay, well, before we jump on this boat, I'm going to take a $5. I need some more tea, and I need to remove some tea. I will be right back. You guys try to stay warm with Kim here, and I will return in just a second. All right, and we are back now with 100% more tea. Apparently my chair not yet in the right spot. Ugh. All right, let's see what this island has in store for us.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
All right, I'm not ready yet. All right, since people were asking, we'll go light the graffiti on fire. I feel like that's kind of warning us of a point of no return yet again. This one's for you, Daka. Don't say I never did anything for you. Jog back over there. We do have a gas can, though, with gas in it. So, I mean, we could just refuel. Alright. Now I guess we're gonna do it also. While it's snowing is a better time. Maybe we can not have the fire.
The graffito has... This was Cindy the Scar.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood.
Heavy fuel oil.
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Okay. I think we can ask Tony for some cigs.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Got any smokes?
Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around.
Hey, isn't he like smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Sure you smoke. You're smoking right now.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
True.
Are you sure you don't already have lung cancer?
Thanks, Endurance. That's very helpful. Okay, I think we can buy cigarettes at Reet. There?
A colorful display of cigarettes.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage
We
your
also have
health.
the drunks. Alright, give me some Asta cigarettes.
Here you go, mister.
Give me a Pulsner.
Here you go, mister.
Alright, I'm heading out. I'm surprised they let her sell that. She's like 16. Tying up our final loose ends here, hopefully. Alright. Let's do it.
The graffito has... This was Cindy's...
Step back, Lieutenant.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. The falling snow turns to vapor above the burning message, mingling with the black smoke.
Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
I'm glad we didn't upset Kim with that. I think Kim's starting to understand the power of disco. After witnessing our truly hardcore display and partaking in the rituals, he understands more. Alright, drunks, this one's for you, boys. Hey, Kim, isn't there a way I could, like, get a couple more bullets? Like, we used both of mine, I'm pretty sure. Because I shot once, and I think you shot once with my gun. Come here, Doom Spiral. Oh, yes. How do I get over there? You've got to be kidding. Alright, come here. The last bottle.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
I'll supply the booze if you supply the stories.
Wonderful.
Here you
Not
go.
much, but it will do. This last one is the most Martinet story I've ever heard.
He takes an almost comically long swig. Thus fortified, he continues.
I've never heard it mentioned outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast 8, 9 months now, and in that time I've seen at least 3 expeditions come through, searching for something.
A shovel hits the sand somewhere behind the reeds, near an abandoned construction yard. The young men look over their shoulders suspiciously. The sound of their digging seems loud in the sudden silence.
Okay, what kind of expeditions?
All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing's got a pull on certain kinds of people.
What exactly are we talking about here? What do you mean certain kinds of people?
You know, obsessive types. People with predilections.
What exactly are we talking about here?
Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so, looking haggard and dejected. Others don't return at all. The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me. There was no way it could be true. It was just too high concept, even for me. I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state, and it might be too much for you to handle.
I can handle it.
Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there. Our story begins at a legendary design studio, right here in Martinez. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in Aranya, where he did some real pioneering work on grotesque and sans serif typography. A fucking genius,
Oh
man.
god, did he create Comic Sans?
That is, if he even existed. Who knows? It's an urban legend after all. Anyway, sometime later he started his own personal studio here in Martinez. And that's when he started working on some really wild stuff. I'm talking some glass-smooth, forward-looking design language, the kind of thing that would totally overthrow the old regime, design-wise.
A paradigm-shattering revolutionary?
But then something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand.
So what happened to him?
You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so high concept that regular amounts of cocaine just weren't cutting it. By the end, they were bringing it in by the lorry load. Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much cocaine can't be healthy for a regular human, right?
Right. Wrong. It's super healthy. Your brain tells you so. And when has your own brain ever lied to you?
Hey, Tequila, pay attention. The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his pièce de résistance, an advert so minimal it contained neither text nor images, just pure white. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine."
What a dumb idea.
But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly a quarter kilo of coke jammed into his nasal cavity.
That's almost certainly anatomically impossible. Wrong again, nerd. Where there's a will, there's a way.
That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritsian pure. Not that cut-rate shit your grandma does.
You don't talk about my grandma like that.
There are those who believe the designer was buried with this quarter key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those expeditions are looking for.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull.
And why do people think that the skull's here in Martinaise?
Here's the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studio, was born in Martinaise. A local boy, Martin Martinaise. That's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe there.
He points to the pipe.
Or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinaise proper. A hidden mausoleum, no one knows exactly.
No, my grandma always told me his grave lay somewhere on the islets on the bay.
This is ludicrous and physically impossible. Sinuses can contain that amount of anything.
Now, detective. Always the skeptic. My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
What do the expeditions plan to do with it?
The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum. The gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market. And the ad agency guys say they're seeking inspiration.
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them to it, Harry. You could snort the magic skull cocaine instead.
I'm pretty sure they all just want to snort it, though.
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
Rosemary, you said something about the inlets?
Don't listen to him or his grandma. He's just making things up.
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater. Or no, maybe it was the storm sewers.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or in an ancient step pyramid offshore.
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
What have you learned from the other expeditions?
They're pretty vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're looking for the grave of a friend, with picks and shovel. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. Honestly, I think they're not really scientists, just rich. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to snort some blow out of a dead man's nasal cavity.
Honest men on an honest quest. You should join them.
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast.
All right. For the one time in the entire playthrough, I think Harry's going to turn this down since we're doing a clean playthrough. Maybe someday we'll do a second run, and electrochemistry is high on the list. What a different playthrough we would be having. Surprisingly, I'm not interested in looking for the skull.
Good thing, because I don't think you can find it right now anyway.
What?
For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area behind that lorry too, yet it is impassable. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be a big production to do the cocaine skull justice. You need new gear, people who know what they're doing, all kinds of provision. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word cocaine writ large on it. The PR is tricky on this.
Damn, that's too bad.
Wait, maybe there's another way. Maybe up around the coast?
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance.
Any other stories to tell?
Not that I can think of, currently.
I guess that makes sense. You have been drinking a lot.
That might be the case, yes.
All right, be seeing you. Hope you find your keys, man. Okay, you guys thought I was going to forget that we owed him a bottle. Also, did we use up the cigarettes we bought? No, we did not. No, we did not. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. You know what? Kim, you're gonna have to excuse my awkwardness for 1 second.
Out there.
We're gonna take a swing. Oops. Suggestion. +1. And then we have a couple things. We get +2 for having our hands free. Minus the suggestions. Drama. Composure. -1. Is that really it? We have, I guess, 2 different jackets. Well, here, yeah, there you go, looking a little snazzy. We're all dressed up in our finest.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death, but still.
Alright, we should totally go on a date.
You can.
Oh, yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
I want to be close to you, but there's only one way to intimacy.
What?
Drunk date. All we need is booze, the rest will follow. No, that's not our Harry's route.
Funny sailor jokes.
It's okay. She just hasn't figured out how these things work between the sexes. Keep at it.
Well, you tried, Harry. You tried. Maybe if you had finished your research on the thought that we've been working on, maybe that would have worked. I'm just saying, Harry. What are we running? Visual calculus? Yeah, we probably want visual calculus because we're going to be looking for a shot thingamabobber. I think that's probably fine. All right, Harry. Let's do this. Better go call your ex. Okay, we could check it. I'm kind of feeling like this might be the end here, or we're darn close. We'll see if we can damage ourselves some more before we get out there. That's always a good idea. I do not like this terrain. My goodness. It's so hard to get through here. Where am I? No, I'm not in the right spot. Fatal remains of a poster with the date of 46. The name on its faintly legible. Arnberg. Oh, he was here. Harry was right. I'm a true detective, guys. He can tell. Alright, before we get ourselves into too much trouble here.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bit life is garbage.
Nope. Nope. We're safe, Cyanide. We're safe. I wonder if the time of day that we called made any difference, or if it's just always going to be, it's early in the morning when you call. All right, little boat. There's no more stalling. We've done what we can do. Kim, we got this. Oh, they also said something about boombox. No, let's not get ourselves in trouble.
The skiff, once you get in, have you made or remember what the net picker said? It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Get in and ride to the island. Let's respect her wishes. No rock and roll. Very hairy.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
It's a bit of a mood, isn't it? It's a beautiful shot right there. It would be rude of us to criticize her boat. Oil slick here. It's obviously timed with the song. Like I said, quite the mood there.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
All right. Makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This means I sorta got into the depot door.
Technically, no, it doesn't.
Oh.
He's right.
This leads to the depot at Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
Well, obviously to ferry supplies. What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Thanks for that. Alright. What we got? We got a little shack. There are tires falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. There's to be a dead end. Attention, inflammable. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. There's a lingering trace of mazut in the air. The barrel says ICM. You can see a star with little specks on it. Little Birch from the coin-operated viewer, still holding on. It waved back at us. There's no way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Be careful not to fall. The cliff looks steep. This looks to be the only path. Get our flashlight. Oh, I see. We're upstairs. Careful, the stairs have collapsed. Books, mostly fantasque and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. The legendary flan! Hand-eye coordination.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
We do have fuel. Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does it mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
Yeah, and the kids mentioned lights, so this could be
the wind
it.
Outside picks up.
Or the fuel.
Lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Secret task, fuel the generator. Alright. Cool. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. You can see candles planted on a broken rangefinder.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
What? No time to rest now.
Anytime.
You don't have to be a hero. The
Are there other options?
The bed is quite inviting.
No. Weird that we can sleep here.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
If that tribunal goes poorly, you constantly lose health. Oof.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Anything sounds unusual. Hang on. Conceptualize. We have our big hat, don't we? No, that's logic. Conceptual. Logic. We can use rerolls if we need to. God, my kingdom for a sorter. Conceptualize. Am I already wearing what we have? Not a good sign. There's 1, 2. And I know we just have 2.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique, and detect. Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Okay, that was something useful. That was something useful. I mean, if you were a sniper, you would probably want to have pretty good eyesight.
Soft covers.
Okay, it's all the same clicky radio. Army surplus winter scarf. +2 empathy, -1 composure. Magnesium. Man, health items, please, game. Health items. We need that for our sinuses. We have bad allergies. This great blast door weighs over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. Before I go out that door, is there anything else? You're a no-go, right? Are we able to get there? Oh, I'm glad I clicked there. I didn't even consider that we could go underneath here. All right, what are you?
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Slide radio dial.
The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life into it.
Light interior?
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange.
Emergency open!
The glass door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
They do like their awkwardly long animations, don't they?
After you.
What if we get in another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
But Kim, did you reload it? Because we only had 2 bullets and we've shot it, I think, twice. What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Let's go. What do you got? Hatch is jammed shut, and then we have another door. A firing slit you can't see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. This is how cargo ships signal horns echo in the water. The ice creaks on your feet. Careful not to fall through. Yeah, let's not die to falling into the frozen ocean. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. Is that where I would have taken damage had we failed? The inside of the fortress, you can make out a console and a blast door. Okay, let's check the blast door. Seems like this area continues on. Water rushes below, far down below. Okay, I see where we're at. We basically just end up on the same place. I guess we're on a different part. Small white flower blossoms all around you. Would you look at that, Kim? What were you saying about those not having anything to do with the case? Everything's connected, Kim. Everything. Also, I don't think I need my light on. A rubber dinghy is deflated, broken. Okay, so somebody killed him and then later on brought him flowers, perhaps? Yeah, I didn't see those before, but they are actually here. And they did mention that they could be blooming this time of year, so that would make sense. Hello, person with a rifle. Kim, you about that gun?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
I think I'm gonna guess that this is just a crazy war vet.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
How did you know I was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Belle McGrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
I feel like I'm gonna need tea for this. The Hassin Yao commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the board.
Your weapon stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
I think you have the wrong gentleman, sir.
Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Sir, I need you to put down the gun so we can talk. We're the police. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. I mean, I've already just been shot. I really would not like to repeat the experience. He's not going to put that down. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
Okay.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Let's pick up the gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
That is true. He did just watch us get shot. Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, Trigon, made in Hsiao.
No one said it has to be a Belle McGrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong. too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorex. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's... I don't even know what to say.
It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up?
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
I came here from the mainland. I can assure you that's not what people are planning. I've been here. The city's a tinderbox. I've seen it. Shake your head. Capitalism's too powerful. Women will always betray you. Women will always betray you.
Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for our revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction. You were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
Lieutenant indecisively looks at his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky.
Airships. Multi-roted airships used in the landing.
Airships?
Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
You've lost your mind.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Jeffreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Someone who's come to end the madness.
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived this whole time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
You could have become self-employed, create the system.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally? Well, not well, Harry. Not well.
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into the back of his skull.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Let the lieutenant talk.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins glimmering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves.
Ended themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
The weapon cache under St. Gossain 22B in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across. Wait, how did he get down there?
How did you access the building? It's locked. At least now it is.
I didn't have to. Came in through the storm drains.
Storm drains?
There used to be a system that connected the bunkers, tunnels and such, under the church and everywhere. Most of them are gone now. Collapsed. Just bricks. All the old infrastructure has...
Why didn't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We try to help the people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
The communards signed the Revachol Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
I mean, I don't agree with him, but in his own mind, that is pretty honorable.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
So you're a communist soldier from the Communist Army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology.
What do you? That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm a moralist.
No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield. The human shield that surrounds the fascists while they kill and rape. That's what you are.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism or even cancer.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
He's a true commie, that's for sure.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Well, Shivers has a few words for us. All is not as it seems. This just seems too neat and tidy. Crazy man on an island? I mean, it's believable, but too believable. I know you want to tell me. So you're saying you killed people after the active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with the gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
We're dropping the ball, team.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Did you use the gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Crenell?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
You know who I mean.
The worm there? In the monster armor you took from him?
It's to protect myself. We'll just nod.
An ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
We only have the chess piece, Harrower. And we didn't even need it because we dodged bullets like Neo.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Interesting, he knows that.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically asks, you think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He glances into the reeds and then twitches once more. He keeps looking into the reeds.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
You're a communist. I talked to the dead man. He told me communism killed him.
Stupid twat.
The lieutenant looks at you. Not this, he seems to say. Anything but this.
Paranatural abilities. It was intuition. Had he spoken, he would have said communism killed him.
Intuition is an aberrant psychologism. It reeks of crypto-fascism. The parasite class use intuition to justify their rank in life. It's all just palmistry and magic, Earl creatures. Your brain is rotting from the radio waves.
He looks in the air, then turns to the lieutenant.
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he thinks this approach worked. Yeah, this just did nothing. But still, somehow you knew it was a communist.
How?
Perhaps you suspected it before you took the case. The vision was you remembering that.
The vision was us remembering that. But this did nothing.
Was it supposed to?
I'll look deeper then.
The inland sea is dark, vast, and on the surface, meaningless.
Turn back to him.
Standing there, slack-jawed, brain festering.
Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Droz.
I think we may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight, and he'll do the rest himself.
How do you think the questioning's going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
I'm trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first
I'm
priority.
slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
Okay, let's do this.
He wants to tell us.
Alright, so he suggested we wait a second and find the sniper nest. He keeps looking into the reeds, though. Like there's somebody watching or something. Like he's made some agreement. It's like, well, I'm gonna die anyways, so, you know, if you do this for me. And there is something here. How do I get there? Not from this side. Dang it, was I close on the other side and then I turned around to come back over here? Alright, don't run anywhere, dying man. We'll be right back. Alright, out this door. This where we just were on the other side? Oh my goodness, we were so bloody close. Alright. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates of the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with dramamine. +3 health. Where were you when I needed you? Loom fuel canister for $48. And a mattress.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Tio Murray, like the ones we found at Land's End, remember?
Yes, this guy gets around.
Inspect the
There's
wall.
a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle, the shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. There's a rain-soaked
B triple prime.
Man, I turned around like literally right outside this door when we came out here the first time. Oh, we were so bloody close. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. It does look...
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all, and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you. Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your
In
sight.
the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Thank you, Volition, for standing up for us. Shake our head. Yeah, let's not be getting siren called into the ocean here. This is not an Oceania stream. There you are. I do wish we had actually made it to the sniper's nest before we went and had that conversation. Is what it is. It's what you get for blind play. Alright, there's nothing to the left, right? Alright, buddy.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Okay, composure to check his body language.
I ain't going.
Hold on a second, buddy. I just need to check. I think we have... We're not running any composure. I know we have at least a tiny bit. Composure. Is it on our shoes, perhaps? You think that some of the police clothing would have had composure on it? Okay, here we go. Yep. The classics. The classics coming out. And the pants. -1. Okay. And we're not running anything with minus composure on it. Alright, let's assess it.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
What strikes you about this gauntlet is
Boxcars.
not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He's surprisingly okay.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
Fair.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
One more time, Mr. Dross. The Colonel, I need to talk to you about killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen the flowers anywhere else in Martinique, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
A young woman named Casse, ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Classier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe 2.
Make up your mind, suggestion. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinique.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
A sudden twitch and then one more in his right eye.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a soldier too. He was a man. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was an assaulter. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. I mean, we don't know that he actually killed anybody. We just know stories third hand. He was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through his flared nostrils.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fist begins to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold my breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
That's a little bit of a perv.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Yeah, so he knows more details that we never fed him. And, I mean, we didn't really go around talking about that bit. So, the fact that he knows that he was at least watching, it's becoming more and more likely. Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning, there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Nothing, I went to sleep. Next morning, there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyways. My last spring here, I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asked after a second of silence.
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective?
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side. He turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous.
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out. Soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
How long have you been watching her? You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. You had feelings for the woman. How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
You saw her name on the passport, but before, when I said her name was Clausia, you didn't seem to recognize it.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Are you sure? We checked the submersible, there's nothing in there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Now, we did know that she had forged papers.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
He used the elevator thing. How did you get that close to see the bruises, Mr. Droz?
I have my ways.
What ways? Tell me.
Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
He's able to get in that door that none of us can get in from the storm water below or whatever.
This one's gone. Make up somehow. Connect something else. You lost it. You're a bad detective. Lazy and bad.
One little thing missed, I drowned in anxiety. It's cool, we already got him. I don't need to be perfect.
No, it's not. Fix this now. Move on extra carefully. Be incredibly minute.
So you wanted to punish her. So you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others.
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells.
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eyes.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Well, we know that's not true. She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but let us hear first. She got away, but let us hear first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible. If she didn't squint her eyes, he knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries, pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let him finish, don't interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins, in tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for all the sight he missed. Nod.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing?
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
Let's just nod.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
Whoa. Don't bring disco into this.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Disco whores?
Whores.
My goodness. Like giving this dude an aneurysm. You mentioned the Union's Social Democratic. Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
This dude just literally hates everyone.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar, Everett's brother? I called this one a long time ago.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash now and shakes his
The
head.
Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
That would make sense.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Not a lot of choices here, suggestion. Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he just let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Drost, did you kill criminal mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine.
Yeah, he probably killed the previous Union lady.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Yep, right here. I think we can do this. Come on, Harry. Rub those brain cells together, my man.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they? A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who runs Irontown?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation.
Oh, builders. We're gonna take that slug down. I'm very happy about this.
And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
She was also a woman, wasn't she, like that Classe?
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the bark logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Drost?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why would that be, Mr. Drost?
Because she was dead.
I knew that, Mr. Drost.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
You shot her.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
Lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
Nah, it's too fitting. He's a sniper. He knows plenty of details that we've never told him. I mean, there's no way we could prove that if he wouldn't admit to it, though. 20 years ago, we have 0 leads.
There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
By cock praying around his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Well, just not.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
He, with a shaky finger, he points to the city, towards the crater near the plaza where the lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
How terrifying would that be? That for like 30 years, you've had a sniper with his finger on the trigger every day watching you.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day, the blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple days ago.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
He's really feeling that loss.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
You cared about him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode.
Are you okay, Mr. Dross, to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
I'm glad we talked about this. Now, what a phrase.
Glad we talked about what?
Yeah. Esylves Linovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Fortinia.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days.
Okay.
Do you understand?
We really need to bring him in. We are not leaving him here with a note, right?
Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Oh no, we're not going to make a perception of 4. Okay. We've failed some pretty easy rolls tonight. Maybe our karma's swinging back around. A 14, so we have a 4. We would need to roll a 10. Those aren't great odds. One would say they're about 17% even. Come on, Harry. Somebody's in those reeds, I bet.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
It's the phasmid!
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
You can't change clothes in the middle of a conversation? I don't believe so. This is the bag icon where I open it, and I doesn't do anything either.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Was it truly the phasmid? Oh, it was! That is hilarious. Your skin crawls.
A tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Lena, you are telling the truth. What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect!
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It
looks like he sees it.
With its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There it is, I see it!
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane.
Oh, Kim, you are my rock.
But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
The Insulindian phasmid. Oh, Lena. Thank goodness we got their address. We're gonna get partial credit.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant anthropod. Kim, be careful. I love how the game saves. Giant stick bug of the reeds. Tell me your wisdom.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Approach carefully.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Sweat drips from your brow, soak in your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
Maybe don't use the flash.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of
We
a
did
sword.
it, Kim.
The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops into photo paper in your hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it. Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at my finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Carefully pet the scythe-like arm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
Pull the
A
hand away.
sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening. Wave by wave from its stupor, some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
I'm so curious about this, but we've been so good. I don't want Harry to be tripping out of his mind. We got it. Back off.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes to look closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Oh, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire burning
Fire? Where?
inside.
I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a wine palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by who?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, Perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never burn.
I am so glad that Kim can see this. You guys have no idea. The fuck is happening to me right now? You're the type of animal I'd like to be, or what is happening to me? What is happening to me right now?
I don't know. You're just a shadow for me. Far away, faintly transmitting. But for a curious smell.
This is, I think, one of the first times that Harry's ever had kind of a positive thought about himself. Like a true one. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck. With eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard.
It is.
The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your will, Lieutenant Nefriter, that you kept from falling apart in the face of sheer terror, day after day, second by second.
Thank you, Volition.
Detective.
Oh, are they gonna say the thing?
Arriving. On the scene.
Oh, 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 there it is. There it is, they said the thing. Inland Empire, Esprit de Corps, and Authority, and Volition, all together, working together. I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also that, the killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not.
I'm very glad we didn't lick the goo.
Deterioration.
I'm very glad we didn't lick the goo. You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I'm destroying him.
Alright, so they have like some sort of like pheromone or chemical or whatever that essentially gives them like chemo camouflage. Is this a dream? What's happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Haruo says, go be an anthropod somewhere else. Where does this come from? All of this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by God? Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
You're not wrong. I didn't think I was going to be talking to a giant stick bug that has chemo camouflage today, but here we are. Just spitting facts. Yep.
Wait, so...
So you look like a reed and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Have you ever accidentally eaten other reed phasmids?
Yes. I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What? That was a lot to digest right there too, but let's move on. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia. endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me.
Daka, that's going to have to be the title of your light novel. There I was one time, I cloned myself and then I ate the copies.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Reverchol, district of Martinez, March 51.
Oh, okay, so that's right now. That's insane!
No, you are. The
No,
moral
you.
of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile senior nerve system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Okay, that actually kind of makes sense. There was a period of Earth when the amount of oxygen just absolutely skyrocketed, and we had like a extinction event.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Conversely, I mean, before there was bacteria and fungi and other things that could eat trees, it just piled up and piled up. So, yeah, that actually makes total sense. That's actually some pretty logical writing. Where's Hal?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Wow, what a jerk. Have I always thought this way, but I want to blink? I've already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of?
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you were the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Forever show.
Ooh. Ooh. Where are we at, Harry? Where are we at? We definitely started in I can't. Then we were in what woman? And now we are in either I will try or I will. Where are we at, Harry? We're trying to get better. I'm gonna try.
She was held on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
You were so bad for me. Even the stick bug was telling me how bad you were for me. Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Raise your other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
That's right, pray. Don't pray to me, I'm nothing. Whisper.
Unwittingly, the insect continues its stridulations. As it moves, tuft-like structures, still pretending to be plants, rustle along on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Oh no. Alright, let's disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
I am so glad that Kim could see that too. Oh my goodness. So he was like addicted to the chemicals or whatever.
Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
The lieutenant looks north, his hand raised. It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Kim, I think we should become cryptozoologists when this case is over. And we take down Evgart. What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He puts his hands in the ash. It's blood and dirty.
It's not looking so good.
Alright. Maybe the creature actually read the passport and he's like getting information from it? The Fairweather T500 and the T1932 scope rifle scope. All right. What else did you have? Clause's passport. T1932. A common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt-action 4.46 caliber. Uses an older style non-dotted range-finding rectangle. Seaweed is stuck on the lens and it has suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid dowry. The bolt-action 4.46 caliber Triangong is a poor man's sniper rifle. While not the most reliable of firearms, it's relatively precise due to a very manageable recoil, thus allowing the shooter to make multiple consecutive shots fast. This particular piece is missing the scope, which we just found. We have some fuel. A well-traveled passport with visa stamped on it, issued by the Republic of Orange. You found it in the Phasmid's nest on the island. You can open it for more detail.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
Look at the photo.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
What's this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
It's opened the booth. It's been... perhaps for the blackmail plan?
Perhaps. But that still doesn't explain how it got into the nest.
I think the Plasmid took it.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other object, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
It says Katarzyna Elysium.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Katarzyna Elysium was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
What's her real name then?
I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alasia or Klasia or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Put the passport away. Alright. You have any new things? Inspect the phasmid. Phasmid's gone. Check up on the deserter. And we can rest.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, could you not see the phasmid? He stares into the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring. Black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Snap your fingers under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
I mean, he's obviously having, like, essentially withdrawals from, I assume it was chemical or psychic or, I don't know, pale-based, whatever was affecting him.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What do you think happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right. Something is off here.
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
Yeah, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
The crazy adventures of Harry and Kim, cryptozoologists. Could it be something hormonal?
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little bit off for a man of his age, Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania. I see what you mean.
I talked to the phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyways, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Clues that we're going to have it. I'm telling you. He's been here for a very long time. Who knows how much of it in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Do not lose that photo, Kim.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the Phasma's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him.
Show him the helmet?
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh.
Show him the Orange passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He blinks and continues to stare.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else?
No. I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The strength is all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland to get help. He'll be safe here if we don't take too long.
All right, well, that's not what I was expecting. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm glad all of our hard work for Lena paid off. Knowledge for knowledge's sake, Kim. You were trying to rush us through that. I'm not saying, but I'm saying that was a good investment of our time.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what's the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like
RCM. Sounds like RCM, Ravishal Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
Yeah, that's what I thought. May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Ravishal West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
A little embarrassing in 51, no? Maybe we need to rebrand? Yeah.
No one remembers the ICM. The connotation is less important each year.
He bows to inspect a barrel. A white star. Point to the white star label.
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Hifrit. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Finish the thought. All right. That was some good work, Kim. All right, back to shore. Please don't give us a 5-minute boat ride.
The waves by the dock.
Let's return to mainland.
Yes, we are done here.
He says, adjusting his glasses, he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff. Wasteland of reality.
We did it.
Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Wow. Bonuses: -1 physical instrument, -1 inland empire, -1 suggestion, +1 psyche, return to of the self, no positive effects from alcohol. Wow, what a great reward for being sober, guys. Man, really OP here. Was worth a lot of skill points though, holy moly. I guess that kind of makes up for the penalties there. You know what? Just for the sake of it, because of Kim, I'll put a point in that. You too, you did a good job. And that's it. We did it though. We did it. I feel like that was a lot more than 2 hours though, that we had left going into that conversation. Let's see here. They said that there were people.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man with the sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes as he tilts his head. Now that's a very strategic placement, unlike our last standoff. That's making me a little nervous. Why are you guys standing like that?
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems to be bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Forget about that. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Who are you people? Okay, come on, Harry. Come on, Harry. We're sober now.
Hello. Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
We have, actually.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
No, Kim, you've got my back. Let's destroy them. Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
She says warmly, flashing Lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Okay, so how did you know I was here? Weren't you the man with sunglasses? You aren't the man with sunglasses. You're not even blonde. You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. Let's not get ourselves shot again, Harry. So Trent Heldstrom turns out to be special consultant Trent Heldstrom. Duped again. No one who they say they are. You mentioned a task force. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal. Actually, yeah. Oh no, we'll start here. How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Damn you, cafeteria manager, you betrayed me for the last time. I understand. Okay, Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Why didn't you detect or die? Why would you leave a literal police god? I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore. Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentant shit a million times over.
So, Trent Heldstrom turns out to be special consultant.
Yes, I'm Trent Heldstrom. I never said I wasn't Trent Heldstrom.
Wait, so what's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Oh yeah? What was up with all the interesting history? Spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
So, what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You aren't the man with the sunglasses. That feels rather dumb. We're definitely not calling a horse face. Duped again, no one says who they are. You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in on this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trond fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
First, who's Guillermo Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what's the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse. Or what remains of it. Hand-picked. Hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
You aren't the man with the sunglasses. Oh, you're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Maybe if you wouldn't have been so sarcastic, I would have realized who you were. No. Okay, I had that coming.
Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
I'm sorry, officer. You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman.
Lieutenant, my name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
I'm truly sorry, Officer Minot.
Okay, you're my commanding officer. I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Me too, Gene. Me too. Duped again. Nobody is who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardner, scab leader, this. Tell me you're at least who you says you were.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisolagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
I know I could trust you, Kim.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
None of them are ringing any bells. Move on.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic.
Hey, I've just recently got off the sauce.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
I'm so poor that I lost my memory. I drank so much I lost my memory and I'm slowly recovering it. I made it all up. Must have been something to do with the anomaly in the church, the 2 millimeter hole in the world. Yeah, that would probably make me sound pretty crazy. I'm highly experimental detective. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. I'm gonna actually go with 6 on that.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the 2 drunks case. The other when we looked into that mirror.
The 2 cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
Don't we all?
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input, hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Line detective is good for now.
For now? I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
Hey, we have not soiled ourselves in at least like 5 days. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater. The time has come. Tequila sunset. Oh man, if you're doing an electrochemistry playthrough, oh boy. I drove into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Catch it.
Not today, badge.
Did I get my badge?
You got it all right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
The drama's unnecessary. I got the badge all as well.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
A gun, My gun's right here. Show him the Villar's 9mm. I upgraded my gun to a rifle. My gun's right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
You're the one that made me take it out! And I am not drunk, I am sober. I have the thought cabinet to prove it. So it doesn't matter that I found my gun. I quit drinking forever. It's only me and this boring hellhole now. I quit drinking forever. It's only me and this boring hellhole now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
Because I've been solving like multiple murders or deaths.
He's wounded. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse.
No idea what you're smelling. I washed the death off of me. Wait, maybe because of the pheromone? We have been sprayed by multiple pheromones. Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse. It's been a week. Sorry, I spell bad.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Clause, she was sometimes a spy from the Occident, specifically trained. Not taking it was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led to the island. I got duped there. She pulled one on me. Yes, I let her go as an act of mercy. That's just a small detail in a huge case. It doesn't matter. None of it does. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust. Clause, she was some kind of spy from the Occident, specifically trained.
Oh, well. If she was specially trained. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby's something. Or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now. Doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Thank you, Harry. Or thank you, Kim, for backing up Harry.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? The firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of the century. I'm just sorry. Okay, those are out. Are we going with a little bit of anger here? Like, yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? I also solved the case. It's all solved, all of it. Yes, what he said. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He grinds.
Got that grind set.
He's a visionary and a money engineer, which is just...
He shakes his head.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop.
He clicks on all the options.
With him. He has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
On that Phasmid goo grind set. I kind of want to know what would have happened if we had licked that.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Kim, you are now my best friend. Friendship with Jean ended. Kim is my best friend now.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
I like how Kim's like, fine, I'll give him the credit for it. Fine.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
As you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolute visionary entrepreneur. Boom shakalaka, Honasana. I think we're just gonna stay quiet for that one. We're gonna wait for the applause.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
I believe the pheromone it emits is responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
It's so hairy.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I also started a nightclub. It's named Disco Elysium. There may be a pinprick in reality inside there, just so you know. The phasmid was female. I don't think they want to know about the phasmid. We have a strong motive. The previous head of the union was assassinated by our killer. I also fixed the strike situation. There's also a dead man on the boardwalk. Okay, let's start with the good stuff. We have a strong motive for the killer.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenaries in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company Killed him in an act of rage. Act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
Can you imagine if we hadn't found that bullet? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's a clean win.
It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism. Oh jeez. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could be a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job, with a lot of help from Lieutenant Kisaragi. And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
The previous head of the Debarders Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
The lieutenant lowers his voice just a little.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Yeah, one of us should have stayed on the island with the suspect. He's probably going to be dead by when we get there.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How do you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
Thank you, Judith.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't think that's a point. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You really don't. He's demonetized several of my videos.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I did not... Where's my chance to defend myself? I also started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, I did some kids a solid, turned their lives around.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Okay, so I don't think we want to talk more about the phasmid. I don't know if we want to bring up the strike, because I don't like the solution. Well, it wasn't. I don't like the outcome of that. We've got to take those corrupt brothers down. Mystery of the commercial area.
Sure. I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Where all the bakeries go up. I looked into it. I don't think this is really a point. Nothing not important.
Honestly, it doesn't sound too important, since it's not connected to the case or a giant living organism.
Okay, now he wants to know. The phasmid was female, the reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
I knew you were getting into cryptoids, Kim.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in the nest, a helmet, a scope, and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It could maybe roll it. like a dung beetle.
I don't think we need to go into that. It had mandibles that looked like hair. It was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
No, Trent, keep going.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
It really is.
Without it,
do not lose that, Kim.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
I think we quit while we're ahead. So, what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Quick nod.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
Oh, I thought I was a wizard.
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
That explains the barbell thing, actually. But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth. Your inexplicable...
I am rather girthy. Thank you for noticing, Kim. Your inexplicable facial hair. The collection of flanned sportswear I've amassed.
Your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
So... Wow, when was this? When was I a gym teacher? You said Corone? Was I a gym teacher there? Yeah, when was this?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Corone. I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Coulon is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning. To the baseball field, or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
You're not helping Kim.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Then, why did I join the RCM?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Raspberries and not apricots? That's interesting. Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
I like how Kim's just more happy about that than anything else. Why am I like this then?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Was her name Dora?
Yeah.
Was she an explorer?
I think.
Ingerland. Dora Ingerland.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait, Dora Ingerland? So we weren't even married. Wait, Dora Ingerland?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago. She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Figures.
Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Like a Welkin? He's a nerd too! He's a nerd too!
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
All the different varieties.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Okay, I don't think this is true, but okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Thank you, Volition. Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic, though. Torsen and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And the Sea Wing is?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cool in that way.
And Price is?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
So I work in the Bloody Murder Station.
Okay. It's not the Bloody Murder Station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the plasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the plasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Mm-hmm. She better sit down for... Oh. Ooh. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up the collar and looks around, a cold spring light reflected in the lens of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that over at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No. I mean, investigate. Come work at Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. I'm crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Look, Kim, if you're worried about your Jamrock shuffle technique, I can help you. I used to be a gym teacher, remember?
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden. Man, they're setting up such an amazing sequel here. I am very disappointed.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
I just got an achievement for recruiting Kim.
He's really considering it.
I am ready.
Good.
She looks at you and then at Vikramar.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Are we not going to go get the suspect?
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
Oh, they're setting up so many good cases.
Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price points his pen at the doctor. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Thanks for everything, Kim. You really saved my butt back there. I thought that was the intro to a different song that was not related to Disco Elysium. Are we really all gonna fit in there? That's the worst limp we've actually seen. We've had a hard day. Thank you, Trent. Disco Elysium. And there's credit roll. Man, the first thought I have after finishing that is, one, I'm glad we went a sober run. I feel like doing it a different way is going to be crazy and wacky someday when I play it again. And just going by the number of thought cabinets that we didn't even touch, like we had like triple the amount we actually used unlocked, and I don't even think that was half of them. We didn't get another phone call, which I think is another loose end. The music has been really good, despite my annoyance with the copyright stuff. And I'm on streamer mode, so I wonder what other songs there are, because I assume that cut at least some of them out. I'll have to go listen to the OST at some point. I think that this had some incredibly good character writing on a lot of these. In fact, I think I'm probably going to make a thoughts video on this in the next couple days, because I think I want to sit and think about this some and come back to it. So expect one last hurrah for Harry and Kim, I think, at some point. Did I finish the Moralist quest? No. We got to a point where we needed a radio transmitter for like 150 real, and I wasn't even close. Like, if I sold everything I owned, maybe we could have got to 100. So no, I didn't finish that. I mean, we still had about 10 other checks that we never finished. If anyone was holding in any spoilers, I'm releasing the gate. You can say any spoilers you'd like to. I will now also be able to watch other people's playthroughs beyond like the first hour. I have seen some video clip from somewhere where Kuno was up in our room. So I assume that we could have gone a different route with Kuno, maybe if we didn't piss him off. He's poor. I'm very poor. Should I have just been sleeping in the shack more, maybe? Yeah, I want a sequel because I want to bring down Evar and Edgar. I really want revenge for them using me like that. And Kim would totally be in for that. Didn't have the Wompty Dompty Dom Center grind set. Nope, I didn't run that one. I almost got Kim killed and recruited Kuno, being a druggie after stealing Kim's hubcaps, and I was loaded the entire game. So how badly can that tribunal go? I figured we like muddled our way through, but somebody said that was like the good ending. You're the only person I see not sleep in the shack the minute they get it. To be fair, I think we've only slept once since we unlocked the shack. That was pretty rapid fire ending. I think I had basically pushed out everything I could do that wasn't find Ruby. And I was kind of like stuck at that point. We went and did the church stuff. I guess there was a little bit more there. Blue says, it relates back to how you can end up with Kuno in your room and how badly that scene can go. Oh, goodness. Is that if I give Kuno the drugs? Wompty gives you $2 every time you get an encyclopedia check. Yeah, that would make a little bit of a difference. Yeah, I could see maybe like do a run where you try to rush Wompty and then you could make a lot of money. What did you guys think about my strategy with... I went with the low psych, but then I put a lot of points into it. I don't know how good that actually was, because what that essentially meant was the checks I wanted to make I was failing, and then we had to put points in to reroll them. I did like... We never really got even close to dying from morale. Health was a perennial problem, though, even after we upped it to 3. A pretty good little song here. Yeah, I am super happy with this playthrough. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I don't know what the final clock-in's gonna be, but something like 45 to 48 hours, I think. Great value for the, like, $7 I paid for it on sale. Very happy with that. And the narration was so good. Oh, the narration was so good. I wouldn't say there was a single bad bit. Every character was decent. They were pretty unique. I really liked Tommy's, actually. Kim's was really good. I wouldn't have minded. I actually would have liked it maybe if our character had been voiced. But then again, that would have made for a very passive playthrough if I didn't even have to voice Harry. Minus the 2 hours of disco at the beginning. Yeah. I was not going to end this game by not doing the disco stuff. I had seen a scene where Harry was dancing, so I knew that was a thing at some point. We did end up having to do one save scum. We did save scum to get Kim to dance. So I will be the sorry streamer and flagellate myself for that tonight. I'll wait a few days till I start my run. I want to know how crazy different people's runs can be. If you think about it, our run was Motorix and Psyche, kinda, sorta. So if somebody else did a physical one with Shivers, especially in Half-Light, and then obviously the whatever the intelligence line was called, I think we missed out on a lot of early text because I didn't have any points in that. And I think we were failing a ton of rhetoric checks. Just a ton of them. Everett was a bit of a character. Well, I think you could say that about a lot of the voices, right? I actually really liked his. He played the sleazy guy really well. And somebody said that I caught that because he was the brother with the cock eye, which I think is Edgart, not Everart. So they had actually like switched places at some point or something. I don't know if there was more to that or what. Okay, I keep thinking that this is what is it, Golden Wind theme or whatever it is? That little lick on the piano there. I keep expecting to start singing JoJo. I love all the angles in this game. Depending on how you look and dig into each person and why they do what they do, you find that everyone's acting in their or their group's best interest. Almost no one notices that they are different. I'm pretty decent. Like, my completely useless superpower is remembering details in video games, generally speaking. You know, you get mixed up on things on tape or whatever, but details like that I'm usually pretty good about. Like, I haven't played WoW since Burning Crusade, and I could still tell you how to, like, do a leveling run, like, where you should go, what quests you should do. Completely worthless to me, but I can remember that. Meanwhile, I can barely remember my own phone number. Maybe there's a little bit of Harry in me, too. I think that was also kind of interesting how they explained that, like, Harry was trying to, like, make himself forget so that he could carry on with the cases. That's kind of an interesting line of thought there. I also feel like maybe there was a little bit more with the pail in the church that we never really got into. I don't know, maybe because we didn't finish the song? I'm not certain. But that was pretty interesting. Okay, I kind of want to know if there's going to be a stinger here, so now I'm just kind of burning time. I'm definitely going to listen to the actual soundtrack too now. I'm really curious. There's a couple. I've already liked the, I think it's the Whirling in Rags Daytime one. I really like that song. I like the anodic music too. That like standoff music at the Tribunal was pretty decent too, but I don't know what the name of that one would be. Didn't finish. No, we did the event where we danced first, and then we worked on the song, and we got to the point where we needed to modulate the sound, and I failed the check like 3 times, and I couldn't do any more rerolls. I'll have to listen to it for sure. Yeah, really, really nice. This also, I don't know, it makes me want to do some more narrative/RPG games. I had a ton of fun, and I think the people who've enjoyed this had fun, although if I'm being completely honest with myself, I could have spent my time on other projects with more value. But, I don't know, sometimes you just gotta play what you find fun. Tale of Immortal's popping off right now, so maybe streamers shouldn't get too greedy. I'll try to not do my typical babble things. I am looking forward to getting back to Cyber Knights, though. I have kind of been jonesing for that, too. Did I get the shivers check? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It was very good. I was already disappointed when I learned the story about why we won't have a sequel, but now I'm double disappointed. I hope they win their lawsuit and we can actually have a Disco Elysium 2, because what an incredible setup. It would be set in Jamrock. You know, whatever was going to come from all this was going to come from this. Oh, that would be so good. That would be so good. Where did I get the sad tape? We found it in the backyard of the abandoned building by the drunks. It was in like a pile of stuff behind the building. The building itself was completely abandoned. There was just a couple pickups, and then there was just like a tarp-covered pile of wood-looking thing right behind where you talk to the drunks, right over there. Man, that was so enjoyable. Big thumbs up to Disco Elysium. I can see why so many people rant and rave about this. Very cool narrative. And, I mean, there's at least, like, what, 3 or 4 different versions of this? I think there's also some weird psychic dream thing you can have. Is that where they were trying to get me to walk into the water? Is that what would have triggered that? Stupid YouTube. So I'm making content about Disco Elysium. What does it do? It starts suggesting me Disco Elysium content. And then, like, auto-playing crap. Not cool, YouTube. Not cool. I wish there was a Kuno and Kim ending. I went Ave on that side so bad. Man, I want Kim to join us in the precinct on our task force. Save, you didn't do it? No. Volition came up and shook us out of it, so I took Volition's advice and did not touch it. I assume we would probably talk about our wife, just based on how things were going, or I guess she wasn't our wife. Our hot stuff on the side. I don't know what you would call that then. Looks like I'm on time for Babel's rant for YouTube. Yeah, I had to summon you somehow, bruh. You hadn't been here the last 7 hours. No, we just finished. It was very satisfying. Like I said, I'm glad we got the ending we got. I feel very good about the tribunal too. I think that went about as good as I could have done it. Yeah, big sad. I'll have to check it out. Now I'm free to watch other people's videos because now I don't have to worry about being spoiled. It's canonically the worst thing that could happen to Harry. As in, like, you could, like, the sadness and actually getting yourself killed. Oh, good job on missing it. Yeah. Was there another phone call? For some reason in my head, I really, really felt like we could call her one more time. I don't know where I picked up that thought. But we tried multiple times and we got completely shut down every single time. Maybe after that scene you can do it. Yeah, Cyanide. Like I said, I won't repeat it here. I mentioned it, I think, when we first started streaming, but there definitely was some hijinks involved. Hopefully it works out in the end, but, I mean, the team is kind of already split up, right? So, somehow you'd have to get at least the creatives back. You know, and the crazy thing is, this is essentially just a point-and-click adventure, right? Like, there's no QuickTime events, nothing like that. It's all just thinking about things and reading descriptions, and yet so well done. I was so nervous during that tribunal. I really was trying to make it so no one had to get shot. We didn't make it, though. It would have been cool if we had dodged that bullet. I kind of want to see what happens if you dodge that one. So, like, we go into the end of the game not wounded, I suppose. Bro says, can't wait to rewatch the whole series from start to finish because I missed a lot. Yeah, this will be the last one. I do think I'll probably put out a thoughts video at some point. I'll have to find a spot in the game, or maybe I'll just mute the audio so that it won't ding that video. I have a lot of recording to do tomorrow, so I can't do it tomorrow. I got something new I want to show off, and then I need to get some more Tale of Immortal, and I need to do the Dominions video. So I got a bunch of recording to do. Yeah, it plays a lot like Grim Fandango mixed with a D&D dice roll. So, what is the actual mechanic for the passive checks? is it just like a static number plus our stat? And if you're high enough, you get them, and if you're low enough, you just don't see them? Because when we got soft locked, we had to retry something a bunch of times, and we seemed to get the same roll every single time. Leisure Suit Larry. I did actually play that. My uncle's bookstore. My cousin had that on his computer there. Pretty sure, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, I like the part where we discoed and then Elysiumed all over the place. It was very good. It was very good. And the lore for the Pale is really cool. I'm gonna have to seek out some more. I'm sure there was tons that we missed. Because I need to find some more about it. What a cool thought. And I really like the idea of what our stick bug friend was telling us, how it's the equivalent of like the oxygen extinction. That is so cool. Enjoy my sleep. I'm actually gonna go do a little more testing for Dominions. So no sleep. Yeah, I gotta eat too. I've had a cookie and some leftover French fries today, so not the healthiest day for Babel either. Feels like the demi-reel of Cultist. Are you talking no, what are you talking about? Not Amazing Cultivation Simulator, not or not Amazing Cultivation Simulator, or what else is the other one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Cultist Simulator? Yeah. Okay, I'm mixing Cultist Simulator and Amazing Cultivation Simulator up in my head. There's another one. I wish I could do a playthrough of that on stream, but I don't think I could do it. It's long and boring grind if you don't just, look up the rush way to do it. And I can't tell you how many times a moment of distraction caused me to lose a run. So I don't think I could do that one. I do want to do Hush House, or not Hush House. A Book of Hours. I do want to do Book of Hours, but I've been told that with the DLC, it's like 100-hour playthrough, and we would probably have less people watch it than we would have watched this. So I don't know if that's YouTube worthy, unfortunately. Forge is the most easy. Yeah, I got a minor Forge victory, is what I did. I kind of, oh man, now you're kind of making me want to play Book of Hours. What I could do is we could pick the Book of Hours route that would be the person who comes back from the Forge victory. That would be so cool. Okay, but it is what it is. I'm going to go eat and be human for a little bit. So thank you guys for hanging out and being really cool. I hope you guys enjoyed this one as much as I did. Thank you. It's so much easier to stream when you have some people in chat to bounce some ideas off of and just laugh and shoot the shit. So thank you guys. You guys really made this fun. It's like having friends sitting on the couch with you. So thank you again. I'll see you guys in the next one. All right. Detective arriving on the scene, signing out.